And hello, everybody. Welcome to this here Ghost of the Saltmarsh. I realized I wasn't centered and it distracted me. But we're here again tonight. Myself, Ian, your dungeon master for this campaign, as per usual, with these mental gin around me. One of them who has a fancy new scarf. How crazy is that? Wild. It's not acting as a cloak of invisibility while it's on him, at the very least. So there's that. That being said, we're here to play some Dungeons and Dragons. I guess. I suppose. I mean, we could just sit here and chit chat if y'all really wanted to, but we won't. That being so real quick before we hop into like last time on the Gosm and whatnot. We are still doing our charity drive for the International Medical Corps. Wow, I almost blanked on it. For the International Medical Corps, who are doing things for both the mental and the physical health of people over in the Ukraine, for all the shenanigans that are going on over there. A lot of people who need the help, so if you could find it within your heart to click on that link and give a little donation, it would be a very good thing and greatly appreciated for you to do so. And even if you don't want to donate to that one, greatly encourage you to take a look around at all the other charities that are doing things that are similar. Just be on the lookout for people that suck on the internet, because there's a lot of them. That being said, does anybody else have anything they would like to announce, say? Nope, yes, no, maybe so, 99, 100, word. Last week, on the Gosm, our brave heroes were in the aftermath of some fuckery. A little bit of disappointment in that the leader or the head of this attack escaped, but ultimately pretty successful as they kept prevented any civilian casualties. Aside from some previous wounds that were then immediately rectified by the overkill of healing magic that is a first level healing word applied to a commoner. There's some fright, a little bit of damage to homes. All the citizens of Julian's village were fine. They rounded everybody up and kind of divvied them out into some of the buildings that were not right next to the beach that had been set upon by the zombies, and laid down for the night. Kind of got everybody to rest up. They decided they were going to take a look at this statue. I've just skipped over a whole thing. a statue of Orcus that they located within a corpse. Or I'm skipping ahead. I don't know anymore. Fucking, my mind is a blur. But a statue of Orcus that they discovered that was responsible for all of some of this wrongness that Bart had sensed that he had kind of gathered would prevent him from turning the undead with his holy symbol and the power of Sorololi within his heart. Quickly discovering that they couldn't just break it with common means of sword or axe or hammer or club, or even dispelling some of its magic using a little bit of magic from Bart's side. Seemed to just kind of slurp it up. And their friend Darby didn't have any magic juice himself to try anything that he might be able to do. So they tucked in for the night, deciding that they would try to get rid of as many of all these corpses and stuff in the morning. Everybody for the most part having a real good, nice, well-earned nap. Except for Gloob, who found himself in a familiar situation in a dark, haunted wood, being confronted by a tall, imposing, shadowy silhouette that he knows as being representative of Granny Nightshade. Initially informing him that she was tired of this game and that she would take her due, whether it was through revenge upon him for doing away with a valuable pawn of hers, or through acquiring him and him replacing said pawn. One way or the other, she was going to have hers. Gloob said, "Fuck that," and a small ray of light seemed to pierce the ever-darkened forest before a voice beckoned for him to run. After a few moments of hesitation, he did so, trying to dip and dive through this forest while Granny Nightshade was in pursuit, before once again being told to hide by this same voice. Choosing to do so, a bright flash of light that seared at him as much as it seemed to distract Granny Nightshade. He found himself invisible to her gaze, as well as to his own, within the realm of this dream, and found himself crossing back over into not pleasant dreams, but non-magical ones, at the very least. Next morning, our party got up, with some help from some of the villagers that could stomach it, rounding up all of the corpses from the beach, and a mixture of burning and Julian hunger of Hadaring a bunch of them into as much slag as possible. They did away with the carnage of the battle, and also discovered that a little bit of holy might seemed to do the trick for that statuette of Orcus, as Darby was able to smite it with the power of Mayaheen, breaking its cursed nastiness. But before leaving, heading to Saltmarsh, trying to make plans, trying to figure out what they wanted to do, having discovered that they had a tracking beacon on them, basically, as far as they could tell, that they had brought with them from the island where they had initially run into this cult of Orcus, deciding that, they wouldn't just send it off with Darby or keep it on themselves. Maybe not. They weren't quite sure. They would have Zendros take a look at it, see what further details she could divine for them before making a final decision. But making their way all the way to Saltmarsh, picking up picking up Cecil and their original horses from the farmer, Jakob having a frank conversation with Bart that perhaps after they had saved Julian's brother, he would depart the company and accompany Darby instead upon his current mission. But deciding ultimately that he would see. They would see. We'd all see how things panned out. See if anything changed. Making it to Saltmarsh, after acquiring a giant sororely gifted squirrel that Bart dubbed Brila. Everybody was real cool with that really fast for the most part. They met up with Eldon and Ella on their boat, where Gloob scared the bejesus out of both of his party and these two older folks for no reason other than he thought it was funny. The rest of the party had a bit of a conversation with Ella outside on the deck of the ship while Bart and Eldon spoke for a little bit. Gloob, Julian, and Jakob giving Ella the rundown of everything that had happened, and Eldon informing Bart of everything that he kind of learned about him and his party from spending some time there in Saltmarsh, and that he had ultimately decided that he was going to bequeath upon Bart a bit of extra responsibility and maybe an artifact of some kind of Sorololi that he had carried, and another devotee of Soroli had carried before him, and who knows how far back that goes. But that he was going to continue his journeys for a little bit longer, but ultimately he felt that his time wandering in her name was probably coming to a close. Though he was not intending to die, as he heartily attested. So thus we're going to join back our party members here as Ella and Eldon have departed the boat, heading off into the night at Eldon's insistence. Gentlemen, what would you like to do? Bart, you're up one fancy scarf, and the rest of you have managed to keep your undead-ish friend Darby from being murdered by Ella. Re-murdered.
Get the fuck out.
I'm sorry, what time was it again?
It's like midnight at this juncture. It is late.
Right.
Shit, that sounds like bedtime to me.
Yeah, probably would be best to, I guess, get some rest if everyone else in town's going to be asleep anyway.
Can't exactly go pester Miss Owland at midnight.
You could try.
Oh, yeah. Hardly the best way to get on her good side.
Yeah.
Alright.
I'd like to catch Bart before we go to bed, if he's still in the kitchen. What do you call a kitchen on a boat?
Galley.
Galley.
Boat kitchen.
Boat kitchen.
The bitchin'.
Yeah, that's it. The bitching.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I'm probably in there like unloading things and like giving it a brief restock. No, we're probably not going to be there too long. So, yeah.
Cool. What was all that about?
Oh, Eldon left me this scarf. Said it was supposed to be kind of like a handed down artifact of Sorololi. He's also a follower of Sorololi, if you didn't know. Yeah, seems pretty nifty. I mean, I know it's magical. I just didn't know it was quite so up my alley, I guess you could say. Looks pretty nice.
Yeah, it's fancy. I like it.
Yeah, that little see-through bits.
Oh, you're not see-through. Okay. Sorry, I thought you had kind of disappeared for a moment. Speaking of, now sort of like just pull the door to behind me, not really shut it, just pull it around behind me and sit down at the table. Have you talked to Sorolili before?
I mean, not really directly, no.
She never talked to you?
It's kind of more of a feeling sort of thing. You know what I mean?
No.
More than, I mean, you might feel that you need to go somewhere at a certain time and just wind up where you need to be, or get put into a rough situation and realize things might be worse if you weren't there. That type kind of thing. What's on your mind?
I had another one of those dreams last night. One of the bad ones where I was being chased.
Mm-hmm.
It was different, though.
What was different about it?
Blue will raise up his head and point out the scars that he's just sort of been feeling at. And then turn his head to the side where he's got like that sunburned skin at.
Yeah, I saw those on you today. I just figured maybe you scratched yourself while you were sleeping or something like that. But, yeah, that's something else, I guess. So you got these while you were dreaming?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I don't have fingernails.
That makes sense. Well,
I heard a different voice this time, though.
Okay.
And tried to help me.
And I mean, it was more than a voice this time, I reckon, since you got scratches on you.
It's always been more than a voice for the other one. It's Nightshade. She's there.
All right. So, okay.
But she's always been there. Every time I wake up tired and hurting, she's there. It's the first time I think I've been actually hurt by her. But
I kind of thought these things, and for the most part, stopped, you know? I didn't realize you were having them right on.
it's happened a couple of times before. I don't think there's any certain times. No, it's weird because it's always just been me running from her until I couldn't anymore. But this time there was someone else there.
Yeah, tell me about this other person. You see him or
I just saw light
just saw light?
and heard a voice.
What did the voice say?
Told me that I needed to run, and she said she was helping me because of what I've done for her and hers. It did sound distinctly feminine, the voice, from what I could tell, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Or her and hers. And it was just a lie. You just heard a woman voice?
Oh, I heard. She told me to hide, and I didn't want to, but she told me, and then I hid real well after that.
Well,
Like, I hid so good I couldn't see myself.
was that unnatural for you, or? I mean, I have a hard time seeing you when you decide to hide too, but
Typically, I can still see me.
all right. That is very strange.
You talk to Sky people all the time. I was thinking maybe they talk back.
Well, I mean, I can send messages, but that don't really go with the divine or anything like that. I mean, Sorololi does speak to me, but it's not really a direct talking. You know, if
So it's
feeling like
something else.
right. I don't think it was Sorololi, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe she could have come into your dream and helped you out, but I'm not gonna fib to you and say directly Sorololi's looking out for you, because I honestly don't know what that might have been. He said, or because you helped her and hers.
Yeah, she said, since you've helped me and mine, or something like that.
Trying to think of folks who might have helped out that could have been powerful enough to jump in your dreams. Maybe some of the druids?
Maybe. I don't know. That's why I came to you.
Well, it could be a really good thing. Maybe you got someone looking out for you now in your dreams. If you have these nightmares more, it might not be as big of a deal. Probably something we do need to address when we have less pressing matters, I reckon.
Yeah.
But, hell. Going back into the Dreadwood to take care of Granny Nightshade, that's a pretty tall task.
Is it?
I mean, they talk like she's really bad. She could do all that in your dream.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
I can't do something like that. I mean, I can speak to someone, but not hurt them outright like that. And definitely not in their, just from being in their heads, like with a dream or whatever. That's plumb stumped on that one. Did you not want to let the others know, or maybe?
Well, at first I thought it was Jakob's daughter, but she didn't sound the same, and I've seen her before. She's not light. I haven't seen her before. That's a lie. I've never seen her. Right. He says she just kind of like floats around. It's kind of not really there. Right. And then I thought it was someone else. But then she said she helped me and mine. I don't know. So I wanted to see if you've talked to him before. That would... Okay. Nope.
Yeah, unfortunately not. I mean,
right.
Maybe one day, but right now, I mean...
You can't just message her? Ask her if it was her?
I mean, I can pray to her, and maybe she can give me a sign. But I don't think it'll be one knock for yes, two knocks for no, or anything like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I wish I could be more helpful. I mean, maybe Julian might know if, there might be some stories of spirits out there that are beneficial. Maybe it's someone or something that dealing with those folks out there we tried to save. Or if I had to put, coin on it, I'd say it might be some of the druids, but trying to think of who we could have helped out that would have that type of an influence, dealing with her and being in that area. That seems like most logical reason or
Yes.
logical suspect.
Thinking of other people we helped, it's definitely not Barkus.
No, well, I mean, yeah, that was definitely a he dog.
Well, I mean, we also didn't help him out too much.
We tried. I pour one out for him, but you don't got any alcohol on the boat.
All right, well, I'll let you get to sleep. I see you dozing off anyways. Have a good night, Bart.
All right, I'll ask about it.
Okay.
All right.
You go out.
Hey, you should ask Julian too. Make sure he doesn't know any small stories or something about like Granny Nightshade's kind of a nightmare. Maybe there's a benevolent spirit of the Dreadwood.
Small town folklore. Small town folklore.
Oh, well.
Sleep good.
You too.
I assume you go out into the deck. I don't know if there's like a way to get to the lower parts from there, but when you come out of the deck, Jakob's gonna be leaning over the side and turn to you and say, Gloob, can I talk to you for a moment?
Yeah.
All right. So obviously, you know that I talked to Bart about something today, and the sake of honesty amongst us, it was about me potentially going with keep wanting to call him
Darby.
Barnaby. Darby.
Is Darby
When-
just on the deck of the ship right now?
Darby.
He's just looking directly at you, dude.
Just looking
Yeah.
dead in the eye.
Y'all, once he returned from getting extra meals at like 11 o'clock at night, which somehow flew with Ella. Just no suspicion gained from that. He's below decks. Like, he's got Clary's up there, but he kind of was shown the area, and he doesn't sleep, but he can still relax.
Yeah, about potentially going with Darby when we get back from saving Julian's brother.
All right. Do they need some help?
I don't know if they do, but one of the things the reason I accepted Julian's mission to kill the doctor was because I was out to do righteous things and right things and
Good.
make my God proud, make Aroni's proud, and make myself proud. And I think that Darby's doing what I wanted to do.
Okay. Yeah, he can come with us.
I'm not sure if he always is going to want to come with us.
All right. He can leave whenever he wants to as well.
But I might go with him.
I don't understand. Are we going with him or not? We finish up with Julian's brother, come back, we'll go where Darby needs us to go and help him out. If he needs help with something, I don't know why he wouldn't tell the rest of us.
Jakob's gonna put his hand on your shoulder and look you in the eyes. I would be going with him without you all.
Why?
Because y'all have things you need to do here, you need to do in Seedon. And sometimes paths split. And this isn't 100% that I'm going with Darby. I haven't approached him. I haven't talked to him about it. It's just something that's been going through my head. And I appreciate all of y'all's opinion. I'm planning on talking to everybody about this, not just you and Bart, and talk to Julian about it. Because you are, and you always will be, my tribe.
Then why are you leaving?
Sometimes rivers divert, but they don't always end up splitting forever. They go back, meet up, and meet at the ocean.
But we're not a river. We're people with legs that walk together a lot.
And you're right.
River splits because of rocks and trees.
Let me put it in a different way. I feel torn about how I want to continue.
Okay.
Because I know that Darby might need to go somewhere, and y'all might need to go a different way. You might need to deal with the Sea Princes. You might need to save Firebrand, and that might not align with what Darby wants to do.
What do you want to do, Jakob?
I don't know, Gloob. I'm being pulled in two separate ways, and I don't know.
No one's pulling you but yourself. You can figure out where you want to go. I want to go to bed.
Appreciate you talking to me, Gloob.
Yeah.
Jakob's just gonna turn back and look out onto the ocean.
All right. Is there anything anybody else would like to do for tonight?
Nothing particularly big, but for the first time in a while, Julian is going to arrange his god figurines and partake in some non-horrifying predatory beast prayers, particularly to Prokin.
Okay.
Seeing as we are likely to be spending a lot of time on the water, seems appropriate.
What? That's crazy. All right. All right. Anybody else? Is everybody sleeping it up?
I'll give Brila a tour of the ship and
little fucking little rodent hands.
Luke still eyes that thing every time he walks by. She's plotting something with his little hand.
She's got like a little bit of food or something she's holding in between her hands, kind of. Man. All right.
Yeah, I give a tour of the ship and get a let her choose wherever the heck she wants to sleep.
Okay.
And
I hear Bart say that Gloob shuts and locks his door.
she'll sleep in your bed. No.
You go to lay down. There's a fucking squirrel in there. You go to get in your barrel. There's a squirrel in the barrel.
A little otter just pops out. Oh god!
That would not be a little otter. Big versions of all the animals.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and head to bed and say some prayers to Sorolali, asking just to give me a sign if she's been helping out my buddy Glue.
Gotcha.
Let us know.
All right.
Lightning strikes the boat.
It explodes. You all die.
Wasn't probably
A real fun campaign. It's been real, guys.
It's a very vengeful god, really.
Little do you, it is Soroli. Stories about Soroli been real wrong for a long time.
Oh no.
Might have been a little bit of truth to that cannibal cult thing I was talking about back in C.
Yeah, man, that's, I could
smothering.
I could-
Starts to tighten around Bart's neck.
I couldn't believe that you were so on the nose. Can't- I mean, it's crazy. But
Before,
yeah,
sorry.
go ahead.
Before going down to go to bed, Jacob is going to verbally pray to Heronius just for guidance, and just yelling to the ocean of what do you want me to do? What am I supposed to do? I need something. I need a sign. And clenching his fists on the railing to the boat, and he clenches so hard that he actually breaks it.
Yeah.
I rolled a strength check, and I rolled a natural 20.
That would do it. Yeah.
So
Just splintering the that section of railing with grip strength alone.
I'm just gonna look at
That's
his hands.
horrifying, by the way.
Be like that.
He's gonna look at his hands and just. All right. Just go downstairs.
Alright, we all go to bed. Bree ends up curling up near wherever you're sleeping, Bart. It's a little too big to fit with you, but curls herself up into a nice little like poof of squirrel fur. And everybody, you all drift away into sleep. Nothing befalls any of you particularly. Julian, you do have particularly vivid dreams of alternating between swimming through the ocean and like flitting between the trees and like running through the bogs at all times with just small predators around you at all times, piranhas and smaller sharks when you're through the water, like other predatory birds when you're flitting through the trees, and like poisonous snakes and lizards and things when you're darting through the swamps. And just the only kind of auditory thing you can remember when you wake is just a contented like grumble almost, and that familiar kind of yes, but no full on interaction as you've had previously.
There's no way this could ever end badly.
No. But yeah. And you guys wake a little later in the morning than normal, unless any of you are trying to wake up bright and early. Y'all pushed on a little bit into the evening, so y'all were pretty tired. So waking up kind of in the, like, probably somewhere between the 9 and 10 o'clock region. What would you gentlemen like to do? The day is yours.
Well,
All right, we got a plan.
Right.
I remembered it yesterday.
We're going to split up. We're all going to go talk to Zendros, then we're going to split up and talk to different folk.
But first, breakfast, right?
looking expectantly at Bart.
Oh no, I didn't cook nothing.
Looking a little shell-shocked right now.
Most surprising thing he's ever heard. Like,
Oh, Melvin, I didn't think it was going to come to this, but
fuck you!
I imagine I probably cooked something.
I'll
See what
put
we
my
got.
parrot on my shoulder.
Oh man, I guess I was teasing because I just rolled a natural 20 on that that cooking check. So,
Just a
but
smidgen.
whatever was left was just really amazing. So,
Breakfast burritos on the go.
hell yeah.
Good berry breakfast burritos.
Joy's just like,
Why are you playing with my emotions at this early?
You're nasty. That's gross.
Breakfast burrito sounds amazing. Right?
Made with, I don't know, fruit? I'm not here for it. Not about it. Breakfast burritos are a
we didn't-
savory meal.
We didn't have any fruit, so I don't think we
He
could've-
said good berry breakfast burritos. That's what I'm saying.
Oh.
Yeah, nasty.
I
Yeah,
might
he's
be
a
able
dog.
to like stew the good berries into like a type of sauce or something, just kind of really mask the taste.
You gotta
of them or
make
something.
good berry squeeze-its. Little fruit pouches.
Sausage and jelly go great together, so I don't know what y'all are on about.
All right, I'm definitely going with Darby. Fuck you.
I'm out of here. Darby's just like, kind of looks a little wistfully at the breakfast, just like sliding helmet back on.
Oh man. I mean, if being around this while we're eating makes you uncomfortable, you don't gotta hang out.
Oh,
You know,
no,
I'm not
no.
trying to be rude or anything.
Not at all. Few places I can go. It's just eating's not really the same. You understand?
Right.
Doesn't quite do the same thing.
If none of y'all have an objection, we can actually send Darby out to sort of feel the town for some information, just to ask about.
I would rather not.
Yeah, I don't think Darby's the kind of sort that's going to go around and be a people person.
I mean, you don't have to really be a people person just to see what they've heard about what's going on in town recently. Very surface level stuff, not to like investigate anything. I just want to like. Last we left the city, everybody hated our guts.
Right.
I'm gonna see if that's still what's going on. If not, I mean, you can just trail along or be useless. But I thought that might be how he's gonna help.
Fuck it. I could try. I do my best to limit the amount of interaction I have with each town, but
Maybe you could just sit in like a busy center area and fiddle with your horse's straps and stuff until you just hear comings and goings or something like that. I don't know.
I'm sure that would be very unobtrusive. If that's what you all request of me, I can do my best. I simply make no guarantees.
Whatever you feel like would be best. I mean,
I can do little in the ways of making myself appear more approachable, but I'll see what I can do.
all right.
incoherent mumbling from Julian, who is stuffing his face.
Darby gathers up Clary's reins and walks her down like that. I say little, the wide gangplank because horses can cross it, obviously. And starts making his way in towards town, getting a bit of a look from guards as a unfamiliar, heavily armed figure within town. But
If anybody says anything, Darby, just tell them you're with us. You'll be all right.
gives you a thumbs up.
I don't know if that's true or not. Also, yell really loudly if you get into trouble. We'll be able to hear that one at least.
Forsooth, I have been accosted. Assist me.
Unhand me, vile wretch.
Unhand me. You cur.
Oh, no.
What are the charges? For having a meal? A singular Chinese meal? Sorry.
What?
All right. Order of events after breakfast.
We can see Zindros right now. Let's go talk to her.
Right, let's
Breakfast
go
burrito in hand.
All right. Still eating though.
Yeah.
Who has the disc?
Who has the what?
The disc. The thing.
Oh, the amulet? Or
It's a
the-
medallion.
The medallion.
Circle.
I forgot who we gave it to. Do I have it?
Did y'all leave it?
I will.
We wouldn't have left it.
I will
I
say
think-
it because y'all gave it to Darby to watch. He returned it to whoever the fuck wanted
Sure,
it
I
that
got it.
morning.
I got it. Sorali's looking after me. She's not going to let me get stabbed in the middle of the night. I feel sure. It's fine.
He's let you be stabbed quite a few times where you never mind. All right.
Yeah,
It's at that moment that you discover a gaping stab wound in your stomach, Mark.
I'm still here. Listen,
Not due to lack of being stabbed.
right. And I am an experienced stabby, and I can take it. Sorali knows I can take it. I'm just taking these stabs from y'all. All right, you're welcome.
Do we see Zindros as
What?
we're walking up?
On y'all's approach, what had started to become a familiarly more permanent fixture looking deal that she had rigged up is now kind of looks like it's been reduced back to its more temporary nature. It looks like it's back. She's kind of built it back down to more of just that tent she had previously for selling goods, but it looks like maybe she's broken it down a little bit. But you approach and are able to kind of part the tent flaps. Are actually they're pinned open. It's the middle of the day, so sticking your head in is a familiar sight of when Captain Zindros, red tiefling, just kind of hanging out. Looks like she's like cleaning her fingernails out with a dagger. Oh well, hello.
What's this?
Been so long.
Preparing to leave again.
Perhaps. I've been here for quite some time, you know. Trapped, some may say, but making
come on,
good
you-
business.
Yeah, I'm sure you made a killing. It's being lucrative, I bet.
Oh, well, when I had to spend at least some of my profits having things brought to me rather than going and getting them myself, so that it ate into it a bit.
I think you'll manage. You got
Maybe.
anything new for us since we last spoke?
Oh, I must say, in my planning to depart, I haven't gotten anything new. So much the same for now. Though was able to procure something of your request, Mr. Rossi.
Oh,
Something-
the requested item I came in late for.
Yes.
Fantastic.
As close as I could
Is it
acquire without having it commissioned. Anyway.
wrapped in paper or something?
Cutting his eyes back at the rest of the group.
Just kind of raise their eyebrows. It can be if that is your desire.
please.
That's all right.
Just looks over at Bart. I
Nice
will
little
ask somebody
elbow,
to
Bart.
do so. Just looks back at Julian. Just kind of gets the attention of one of her several helpers and just kind of whispers to him real quick before they set off back towards kind of like the carriage that they've
You were
got.
gonna say
Packaging.
minions.
Do what?
What was that?
I said you were gonna say minions.
I wasn't.
She's the BB.
One of her
Yes, you were. You said you were gonna say minions.
If we find out she's the BBEG, Julian's just gonna walk in and be like, nah.
What if I just
turn
give you a
around.
lot of money? Will that? Can we bribe you?
Will you just
If we
fuck
have
off?
enough cash, are you bribable as a bad guy, as the final boss?
As
That'd be
the
crazy.
bad guy, not a bad guy.
Can you
the bad
imagine?
guy.
You dude, that'd be kind of crazy. You have a BBEG that if the party just happens to try to bribe them with enough money that it just ends the encounter. I was like, oh yeah, sure, I'll leave. Bye. That'd be
DM makes a
crazy.
flow chart and it's like, if you bribe with 1 million gold.
Oh yeah, it'd have to be some obscene number. Like that'd be crazy. That's a good idea. Like write that down somewhere. Not a bad idea.
like secret ending in the video game.
Yeah, exactly. It's a secret. It's the Far Cry 4 where you sit there for like 10 minutes at the table and never get up, and you win. You beat the game. Nice. Anywho, that being said,
the what is it? The peaceful runs.
yeah, exactly. But anywho, she sends off one of her helpers to do that. But yes, as I'm planning to depart soon, I have not restocked. I haven't spent the money to seek out more supply, though you are welcome to purchase anything that has been left unattended previously.
Clearance rates, right?
He's
No.
smiling. He knows.
He just smiles at you. Unfortunately not. Mine
we got
are
the-
clearance rates already.
Right, of course. Well, we got this here amulet that's
Oh.
got some divination magic to it. We want you to take a peek at it
Interesting.
to see
You looking to
exactly how it-
sell?
and we might be if you want to take a look at it.
Of course.
Might also want to take a look at that statue, see if there's anything left.
Statue.
That statue got obliterated, didn't it?
It got like chopped in half.
Oh, okay.
And I believe somebody said they specifically wanted to bring it with you guys. So y'all do have the two halves of the Orcus statue.
We don't even know if there's any magic left in it after it got split, though.
Correct.
Oh.
So you would like me to identify some magical items that you have managed to procure? Yes.
Right.
Well, which first?
I'll hand over the amulet.
So, of course, charge for the identification, as you
No,
are
it's 30.
aware.
35 gold, right?
Correct. I honestly can't remember how much I charged y'all last time, so sure.
It was not. It was not 35 gold.
So I believe it was much lower. That it was more of a 10 gold cost for the identification of the item.
Yeah,
Is
it's
it
like
shoot
50 gold or something.
50?
50.
Holy shit! Damn,
Yeah,
I
Yeah,
charged y'all
you
that
were
much?
scalping this motherfucker.
Jesus Christ! Yeah. Okay. Apparently, I've become more kind in my later.
She's
But
just ready to get the fuck out of there.
Yeah.
She's like, I don't care. Yeah, 35, whatever, little man. Just give me your gold.
I've already
Yeah.
scalped y'all for all y'all are worth. Might as well.
I've
Jesus.
fleeced you more time than I can count on one hand.
I'm kind
so
of a
that's
dick.
okay.
Jesus Christ! It's been a while. It's been a while.
Yeah, I'll hand over 35 gold and
Sure.
let her take a peek at it.
Kind of her eyes kind of flash with that arcane light that you guys have seen previously. Just kind of seems to examine it for a few moments. Coming back to normal. Oh, I certainly hope you weren't intending to try to sell this to me, Mr. Pfeffero. It would be
I just
quite
wanted to make-
unkind.
I just wanted to make sure you told us the right thing.
Well, as you said, it is divinated in nature. It seems to be a focus for someone's divination magic. Easy to peer upon the object itself and its immediate surroundings. It looks like perhaps You have been being spied upon, I take it.
Yeah, we kind of figured that.
Yes.
Yeah, we should probably get rid of that now.
That's all it does?
From what I can tell. It's
Great.
easy to locate.
Can you stop it?
Could I stop it?
We're not gonna have it anymore. Why do you care? How much you want for it?
I don't want it. Whoever was tracking you, I presume, was not particularly friendly.
No.
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 I can't say that I have a desire to attract their ire, and if I remove its magic, then it is just a bubble. So it is of little worth to me.
Hey, worth a try.
Yeah, let's just fly it
I
out.
suppose.
I mean, like you said, Julian, fly it out into the middle of the ocean. Fuck them. If they want it, they can go get it.
I'd
All
say
right.
we'd take it with us on our journey and maybe leave it as a keepsake.
Mmm.
We'll
That's not a bad idea.
discuss that.
Then again, they might team up. In any case, well,
I'll hand her the 35 for the other object.
For the statue,
the statue's not magical anymore, is it?
y'all haven't checked.
We should check before we pay money to have it checked out.
Yeah, I'll cast a quick detect magic on it. to
Okay,
make
you
sure.
cast detect magic. She kind of raises an eyebrow at you as you do so. But I mean, aside from the magical items within her shop, there doesn't seem to be like radiating any particular magical energy at this time.
What
Just
about
kind of
on
raise
her?
a
About on her,
bright.
she's got a general magical aura about her.
A general, a magical. Is there any illusion magic on her?
Not at this time.
Okay.
Not at this time. Yeah. Julian will just raise a right eyebrow and be like,
You want to buy a broken statue?
Just looks at it.
Kind of
It
keep
is
it away. if she
Quite
goes to lean
ugly
it.
and broken, so I will say no.
Very broken. Yes.
Indeed.
You should have
Well,
seen
And it
I mean-
smells horribly.
Yeah, that's. I
Please
was trying to push
remove
it
it
away from her smell.
Remove it from my tent.
We
if you
didn't
would
know
be
if
so
maybe
kind.
the materials from it might be able to be salvaged for something like that if it's a good like anchoring substance or something, but it was used in a most vile enchantment, so I don't know if that's anything up your alley.
From what I know of specific materials used to craft magical items, generally speaking, I am not familiar with it myself. No. It is
Alright.
horrible. Not sell well to customers at all.
Just fucking toss that shit.
Just like nose wrinkled the entire time since you removed it from the pouch. Like, did you just yeet it outside? Is that how you just like,
Yes,
yank?
into the water.
Sure. Okay. Big yeet. Rolls
Well,
down the
Captain
hill a little bit.
Zindros,
Yeah.
it's always a pleasure to see you.
Of course,
What,
I did nothing that you wish to purchase that you left before. No.
I was just about to ask.
Oh,
You read my mind.
well, unfortunately, I've yet to find a buyer for this lovely, lovely cape that you have seen. Every time you've been here, I'm so surprised. None of you want it. It's so flashy. But the Cape of the Mountebank is still there. She has all the stuff that she still had last time. Only items I've moved are some extra potions I've been able to brew up in my free time. Nobody seems to want anything else. But so the Cape of the Mountebank, 10 plus 1 arrows, the rope of climbing, 3 greater healing potions, and an immovable rod.
How about the rope of climbing last time?
Did you buy the rope of climbing? Oh, you did. That's one of the things we didn't mark off. Gosh darn it. Marked off my other crap.
If she feels like steeply discounting that capes, then I don't think I can afford anything she's got.
Yeah.
Is 5,000
How much-
gold pieces for that. 25 gold pieces per arrow for the plus 1 arrows. 125 gold per greater healing potion, and 1,000 gold for the immovable rod.
She wants to knock a 0 off that cape, we're good to go.
No. She knows what she has.
What if we, like, every time we show up somewhere and make a lot of ruckus, we say, sponsored by Captain Zindros' wonderful magic shop? No.
I
We
don't
get like
think
a
so.
nice Z embroidered on our jackets.
The X.
Yes. He out here trying to get the Mass Effect 2 discount.
Perhaps once your names have spread a little farther than Saltmarsh. Perhaps.
We're gonna have several different people talking to us by that point. So we'll have our choice. You get it while the going's good.
For the
My-
time being,
My
we
going is
have
already quite good, and I go to
other
my
errands.
customers.
I mean, we were in Seaton and we already had multiple sit downs with the law enforcement to discuss all types of opportunities in the future.
Opportunity.
Roll a roll a deception check for me. It doesn't quite fly with your intent. Like,
19.
We've had many conversations with powerful people. Were we in trouble for all of them? Yes, but
You
let's
said 19,
sweep that
Bart?
part into the rug.
19.
she's kind of like, she doesn't look completely incredulous, but she has one eyebrow raised while she kind of looks at you like, oh.
That's right. They
Mm.
know our name. I can at least say that.
I'm sure
Alright.
that is true.
Well, as far as the other stuff we were speaking about, you got anything for us in that regard? You know, from last time we were here?
You're talking about the information you guys asked for?
Right.
Which was good gracious, where are my notes at? Y'all were asking about stuff about the Night Hag, Granny Nightshade, and Dampier specifically?
Hmm. And through messages asking her and Anders to meet up and...
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, but I have spoken with Mr. Solmore on a couple of occasions. He's preferred to remain separated to some degree, plausible deniability and all that, as I am an outsider. But I've
And
helped
they
him as I can.
And to be fair, they are kind of grabbing up council members these days.
Ah, so I noticed your friend Firebrand. Oh, it's quite the spectacle when the investigator and his posse arrived.
Yeah, how did that all
Firebrand,
go-
much more dignified than Mr. Brimwater, if I do say so.
Well, I mean,
Posse's about right.
this is the first of us hearing about it. How did that all happen?
Well, I believe it was. I heard you all came by. It was not long after, actually. It was shortly before the army came back to Saltmarsh. A resplendent group of soldiers came from Seaton, led by that kind of unpleasant-looking fellow. They came with the authority of the Duke and began to rummage, doing some investigations and all that. Ultimately arresting Mr. Primwater before Mr. Firebrand even returned, seizing him on charges of treason, as I'm sure that you're aware by now. And shortly after Captain Firebrand made his return, arrested him quite the same. It was quite the ruckus. He had to do a bit of crowd control as he was shackled, I believe.
Right. Okay. But he didn't resist. You said he was more
No.
dignified.
Indeed.
Right, okay.
Primwater's a bit of a blubbering mess, from what I understand. I wasn't there to see him, but Firebrand some of his troops started to get a little rowdy, but he talked sense into it.
Right, okay. So, would you say the rumors around town kind of make it seem more like, Primewater might have gotten caught and knew what he was in for, rather than Firebrand just sort of going along with the word of the law?
I couldn't be quite sure. Like, as I said, they arrested him initially before they jailed him and then made a statement, of course, upon his alleged crimes and giving the evidence that they, of course, had located, and it was quite damning, I must say.
What
You
kind
know
of
what
evidence?
His and Mr. Primwater's names on multiple documents of the smuggling variety, both flesh and product. Apparently some plans that would have resulted in not only the destruction of Saltmarsh ultimately, but of any defenses that this coast had. Quite scary. Dangerous man, he was doing all of that.
Yeah, that sounds like the the ends of someone who just got off the front lines defending the city.
Can I do an insight check on her?
Yeah, go ahead and roll. What are you trying to gain?
I would like to see, because she is very nonchalant about all of this, and I am having a hard time discerning whether this is just her or if she's being nonchalant because she is either involved or knows more.
Yeah, go ahead and roll.
D&D Beyond is being really slow for me right now for some reason. And dice is like very slowly across the screen.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's struggling like badly. It's a 4.
A 4?
Yeah.
I mean, she seems like as relaxed as she's always been, talking about literally any subject with you guys. But yes, it's quite the show. One of the reasons I think it might be better to go ahead and leave for now. If the crown is going to be turning more tensions, more fool I to be sticking around. You can never be sure when they decide that a completely upstanding merchant is peddling in goods that they don't approve of.
And you don't have any other information?
I didn't particularly look into it, no. I only saw
Would
what
you?
I saw. Would I? I don't know. That would be very expensive information. Depending upon what you want.
What's your personal opinion of firebrands?
I couldn't say. I did not know the man very well. He sent some troops to requisition potions and some of my more common magical items, but I never spoke to him directly. Seemed a fine fellow, but many a fellow seemed fine before they turned out to be horribly, horribly corrupt, in my experience.
Alright, that's fair. Okay. Well,
Where did they find these documents? So they found documents detailing that they were dealing with flesh. What was it?
Dealing in just flesh and other just more
Smuggling flesh.
other
right?
smuggling of the person. Yes, it's just that basically saying that he was dealing in not only like regular item smuggling, but also in some form of slave trade.
they ever say where these slaves are heading? Where they are coming in to and fro?
They did not share the details of the documents with the public, just making known their crimes.
Well, you're not the public. Come on.
Oh, as far as they're concerned, I am. Though I do appreciate the flattery.
It's not flattery. I'm saying you probably know more, right?
I have not had it been made my interest to find out more, so no. That is a dangerous man. Though unpleasant to look at, he seemed more capable than your run-of-the-mill soldiery.
Yeah, he's a dickbag. We met him.
Indeed. So,
Where you said they were rummaging. Where were they rummaging at?
they were investigating both Mr. Primwater's and Captain Firebrand's abodes.
Just them two?
Those are the two. They did some general investigation around the town hall, and they did cursories over the other council members, but they seemed to have intent when they arrived. They knew who
So they knew what they were
for.
coming.
Or at least who. Or at least who they were coming for. It took them. They had multiple days, about let's say almost a week, before Firebrand and the rest returned.
Okay. Well, we got a lot of questions to ask around town. Maybe we'll see you before you head off.
Well, of course, like I said, I'm sticking around for a bit more time, but I do intend to find other ports. So I have customers that I have not seen in months now because I've been tied up here. I'm sure they are desperate to give me their coin.
I believe it.
Well, I'll drop you a message every now and then. Make sure you're doing all right.
You are so sweet.
I am.
Before we go,
Yes.
I need a service because some assholes left my front door to my house unlocked.
How tragic. Just
And
just kind of
I
like.
can't return to lock it.
Locking it back got us arrested. That's all I'm saying.
So how much would that cost? I have the key right here.
Get a door locked.
Yes, I can't return to Seaton, unfortunately.
Well, didn't it cost us like 25 gold for her to make sure a letter got someplace? I didn't see much that was in your house that probably was worth more than 25 gold. No offense now.
I'm very sentimental about my house.
Hey, yeah, it's your money. I'm just trying to make a point. So
I believe that we could probably strike a similar arrangement if you leave the. Is it the same address as your letters, I assume?
Yes.
I see. Well, I'm sure I could make sure to find a particularly trustworthy courier in my employ to lock your front door. Is that the only service you would like done? And where would you like this?
Have had it done before.
Where would you like this key returned to?
If
just
you
slide
can
it
leave-
on the door and I'll be fine, probably.
That's not a very secure house if there's that large of a gap under your front door, Mr. McDoonsley.
You can leave it with Mr. Anders. I'll make sure that he knows that it'll be coming to him.
I'm just kind of vaguely confused, but of course.
I want to be careful. They arrest people for locking doors over there.
Really?
And not if
I
they
will-
have the key.
Kluber, you're being naughty.
This time,
Just kind of waggles a red finger at you, just kind of.
this time not so much. Not that time anyway.
Well, I'll be sure to tell them to be careful of the way they hold themselves when they lock your front door, Jakob.
I appreciate
How's Julian's parcel looking?
It's come back. No, one of the helpers has come back out by now with a squarish frame. Not terribly large. Looks like it probably. God, fucking dimensions are hard. Probably about 1 foot by 8 inches. Like 1 foot tall, about 8 inches wide. So it's not super big. Rectangle, about 3/4 of an inch thick. It looks like from the outside of the packaging. But hand it to you, and she just turns. I hope it satisfies, but
You haven't
I found what
disappointed
I
yet,
could.
So,
Thank you.
It's in a case.
It's wrapped.
Oh,
It's,
so
it's
like
a rectangular package.
so
like-
it looks like you got a wrapped book, is what you're saying.
Maybe
Brown butcher paper kind of thing, I'm guessing.
something like that. Yeah.
Would you say it's maybe 8.5 by 11?
As I said, it's about 1 foot tall, about 8 inches wide, about 3/4 of an inch thick.
I asked her for a ream of printer paper,
As you do.
She's
Duh.
like, I can't keep using this parchment. I need some paper.
Holy shit!
Parchment is expensive.
But yeah, so is there anything else that I can do for you, gentlemen?
Take care of yourself.
Of course.
Don't fleece anybody too much. You're trying to do good.
I have never.
Do you know where Fire Baron lives?
Where Firebrand lit?
Didn't we visit him one time?
Yeah, that should be pretty easy information.
Yeah, it's easy enough to find out. He didn't live anywhere particularly opulent. The vast majority of the time, if I recall, y'all spoke to him in his office at the jailhouse. But
Mhm.
he did have a smaller home. So do y'all exit? Captain Zandros' tent.
We do a little package into my arm, and we're heading to Ida Owlin's house.
Where
I
you guys
think we were
going?
gonna split up, weren't we?
Search for clues.
Yeah, it'd be
Good.
faster.
The good old short and tall.
I would have gotten away with it too, as if it wasn't for you kids and your eldritch monstrosity.
What?
From Scooby Doo. You would have
Yeah.
gotten away with it too.
Yeah, yeah, I know that part. Where's the Eldritch monstrosity?
The one he summons.
Ah, I
Not the
suppose.
squirrel. Not the squirrel. The squirrel's not an eldritch
I'll just,
monstrosity.
just out of the corner of your eye, you see some tentacles like.
Just
Cut
sucks it
over
back
and
up
it
in your mouth.
it's choking down an octopus.
No.
Yeah, I'd like to think that I tried to figure out what squirrels eat the whole morning, and it just ate everything I gave it.
I would hope you know
Just
what squirrels
ate
eat,
everything.
considering that is one of your god's like representative animals. But sure.
Yes, I know what squirrels eat, but squirrels are also very small creatures. I don't know what a squirrel the size of a a German
A person?
Shepherd eats. Yeah.
Like a really big German
Or,
Shepherd.
yeah.
Like
Like,
big German
probably a
Shepherd.
lot bigger. Yeah. Huge German Shepherd. Anyway,
Luke's about 125 pounds. He's a medium creature.
there you go.
Probably a little longer,
So-
but yeah.
I mean, squirrels eat bugs, and I'm sure they eat sausage.
Probably so.
Yeah.
Sure, why not? This one
And-
does. It's a magical spirit entity. Like, it can eat whatever the fuck it wants, I'm gonna say.
I just
For the most
keep
part.
trying. Do you like this? It just
Okay.
eats it. What about
This is-
this? Yep. Okay,
Yeah.
what about this? Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. It's
Just
just
put little affirmatives, like, in your head.
Alright.
Those are squirrel eating sounds. But, anywho, so y'all, okay, so, A, how are y'all splitting up? And B, who's going where?
Well, I guess it's a matter of what is closer between Anders' place and
With where you guys are right now? Dude, I haven't had to look at the map of Saltmarsh in a long time. Holy
because
shit.
we're gonna check with Anders, and where else we're gonna check with Gloom?
Y'all were planning on asking, if I recall, all of the different people, right?
Yeah,
Right.
we were gonna talk to Anders. You and I were gonna talk to Ambers and Copperlocks. Julian and
Copperlocks.
Jakob were gonna talk to Ida Owland.
And
Go ahead.
And to go to the church of
Yeah.
Julian's God.
Okay, that's what it was.
Also, to add something else onto our plan for today, probably better for nighttime anyways, is getting into Primwater's and Firebrand's home.
Right.
If I can't do it the right way, I'll try so we don't end up in a Seaton situation. But
I feel like we're probably known enough around town to know that we're looking into his best interest. They'll probably let us in, but if not,
right.
hard to see
Also-
things at night.
Doesn't have to be you either. If it's gonna be too risky.
Like
No one's gonna
scuttling
catch me.
movements with his hands.
All right. Okay, great. It has been so. I'm looking at this. I'm going, holy fuck, has it been a while?
It really
Jesus.
is.
Busy.
Yeah,
It's been a week.
it's been a while. You guys know that both Ida and Solmore's kind of like little estates are relatively close by. They're in that same general ballpark. Oh god. And the Copperlocks is Copperlocks is actually the closest to you guys right now. She's actually the where the dwarves are staying is a little to the west of the market where y'all are meeting, where y'all went to meet Syndros. Whereas both the Solmore and Owland estates are kind of off to the east across that little bridge that you guys, you kind of came and went across when you first approached. So y'all are currently closest to where Copperlocks would probably be, and then Saltmarsh and Owland are more or less equidistant.
All right. I guess we'll head on the Copper Lock.
Okay, y'all are going. Are y'all guys going to continue as a group to go speak to Copperlocks, or?
I assumed that we'd just go ahead and break here.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, and I'm sorry. I was looking at that map trying to make sure I was sending y'all in the right directions. Who's going with who?
Me and Gloob are going together?
Okay,
Yeah,
short and
Dave
tall.
Record.
Okay, that makes
Yeah.
sense. Yeah, y'all said the old short tall wombo combo. All right.
We can't. Me and Jakob can't keep getting split off from the people who can actually communicate with each
Right.
other without using expensive resources.
Okay. So y'all are splitting into one tall, one short, one tall, one. Oh no,
No,
short and tall.
No.
I
Short
keep
and tall,
forgetting that.
short
I don't
and
know
tall.
why. Yeah, short and tall. Fucking hell. Y'all are
Julian and Glue
wildly
cannot be on
confusing.
the same team.
Yeah, that's true. That's
Dude.
true. You're right. You're right.
Do Jakob and Julian first, real quick. I could be right back.
Okay. So, are you two are going to Copperlocks, or you two are going to Owland first?
I think me and Jakob are going to Ida.
Okay, you guys are going straight to Eat Island. Okay, so y'all split off outside of Zendros' tent. You guys kind of make your way, weaving over, kind of going across the bridge. Passing the snapping line. Some familiar faces, and it's both familiar and different from when y'all were here last time. Last time you guys weren't here really for long enough to interact with much of anybody before leaving. Now you see some people that are kind of there's people kind of making some talking a little bit when they see you guys, and it seems to be kind of a mixed bag. It seems to be some people are like with kind of hopeful faces, some who even kind of call out and are like, hey, they're seem to be glad to see you guys. Just kind of some rushed congratulations before going about their own business. Some who still seem kind of suspicious while looking at you. Yeah.
The friendly ones, Julian will give kind of a confused
It's kind of
acknowledgement.
still a little unsettled by your appearance, but not seemingly as not openly like suspicious and hostile due to it, but nothing,
old
no
wave.
kind of like over the top fanfare, but just kind of mentions of glad y'all made it back safe. Thank you, and kind of just some here and there, and some, but then also equal parts that and equal parts like some suspicion and kind of whispers and like in pairs and stuff, but it seems more of a mixed bag than the last time you guys had the chance to kind of examine. But I'll say you'll kind of in the distance you see Darby kind of walking along with Clary, seeming to doing his best to be casual, which looks.
Hello, fellow living
Yeah.
people. How are you doing today?
But not quite that stilted, but a little definitely seeming like he's a little awkward, but nobody seems to be aggressing upon him at this time. But you guys do eventually make it to the Owland estate in a similar fashion to how you found it before. These low, multiple like single story buildings that are kind of spread out a little more rather than being in a like standard like one larger structure with like branches off of it. It's just multiple like multiple one-story structures kind of around their land. But I assume you're just kind of you let the guard know that you're looking to speak to Ida.
Just
Easy enough. Y'all have met with her multiple times before. Kind of aside from a comment of y'all been gone a while.
Been eventful.
He goes off to let Ida know of y'all's arrival. Not too terribly long, especially compared to y'all's very first visits here in town. Y'all are escorted into a sitting room familiar to you guys. I say familiar, like y'all have been there before. To Ida's sitting room. Oh, that's not it. That's not it either. Do I not have any indoor sounds for like this sucks? Fuck. Well, screw you, Tailspire. Oh wait, here we go. I'm dumb. Huzzah. Anywho, brought into a sitting room where you see Ida. She looks tired. Definitely definitely the effects of all the stress of the war with the Sahuagin and everything still relatively evident. But as you guys enter, she does look up and acknowledge both of you. Oh, it is good to see both of you. You look well.
For the moment.
Same to you.
I wish we were coming to you with...
Unnecessary to
Go ahead.
lie, young man. But what can I do for you?
I wish we were coming to you with less work-related intentions.
Expected little else.
Cutting to the chase. We both heard about while in Seaton and encountered on our way here Firebrand.
You can just see as you're talking, she just looks like a little extra tired. You can tell where you're going. No, I had a question. Yes. Ugly business, that. What can I do
Needless.
for you in regards to that?
We do have questions on the matter.
I imagine so.
What are your personal thoughts?
My personal thoughts. Just kind of... Real quick persuasion check for me, real quick.
Perception or
What's-
insight?
Persuasion. The other
Oh,
P.
persuasion.
Oh.
Other P. Other P.
Thank God for high charisma. Maybe 17 total.
Okay. Not bad. Just kind of rubs her face for a moment before looking back up at you. Looks at you, Julian. You are from around here. You are from around Seaton. You know things were different before the crown turned its attention back this way, once they were forced back from their conquests. There was always an awareness of those who dealt in slightly less than legal trade. There's always a blind eye turned towards the way Primwater amassed his wealth. He was smart about it and never seemed to overindulge or anything of the like.
Old news to Julian. He
Yeah.
is not.
Yeah, this is kind of everybody kind of figured Primwater smuggled at least some. Like you don't get that rich around here without being at least, or for the most part, without dipping your toes out of there. At least if you're not directly involved in like fishing trade. Like if you're purely a merchant, little iffy that you've managed to amass that kind of wealth.
Right, yeah.
So that I don't find particularly shocking, though the extent to which apparently he delved and those he broke bread with in those circles. Shocking.
The smuggling is par for the course, but do you honestly believe he was involved with pirates themselves? And making the kind of dark deals he's being accused of?
From what I was shown by my privileges as a council seat, I have no doubt that he was involved with the princes. It seemed quite evident.
Just economically or in the ways that they were accusing. Not that I approve of the first, really. But
Is
the accusations are steeper than trade.
I like to think that I'm a relatively good judge of character, but I would never have marked Primwater as being that avaricious, but the documentation was undeniable from what I saw.
And with Firebrand.
He's been here for long enough that I felt I have a fair measure of the man. He did not strike me as the type. But you understand. I would hope you understand that we weren't necessarily always aligned in the matters
Oh,
of
I hate the
Saltmarsh.
dude. Fuck him. But that's not why I'm here.
I have no hate for the man, but politically opposed outside of when we must align for the good of Saltmarsh, as was most recently seen. But I don't know. It was... Part of me feels it was too perfect, but at the same time, it was there. All of it was there. Everything was there.
If you don't mind my asking, Miss, what documents are they referring to? For context, before we go further, we have just returned from Seaton, and what we encountered there was quite disturbing. Specifically, not simply an acknowledgement that they refused aid, but they're covering up the entire war in the first place. Discussing it amongst the guards seems discouraged, if not outright taboo. And there's lots of denials. It was disturbing.
Interesting, I must say. Just kind of looks... think for a moment. Though that is quite odd, I must say.
To interject, the reason we're being so pushy in our investigation. If they turned out to be doing what they are accused of, so be it. But if there is someone in power, either in Seaton or higher up, who is trying to use Firebrand and Primwater as just something to sweep under the rug, something to pin it on them, scapegoats to move along.
That was not the sense that I understood from... as I was given insight by Investigator Carnal. It was documents of smuggling, ledgers that were heavily encoded, but that they seemed to be capable of, after some time, of being able to eventually decrypt it with the numbers and frequency and dates and times, signatures of both Primwater primarily, though some were seemed to be signed off on by Firebrand. But worst was what appeared to be correspondences, similarly encoded. It was quite detailed, and it looked a mess to me, or just... But they were correspondences and plans to destroy whatever forces came from Seaton to aid Saltmarsh, to weaken the defense of the coast, so that things could return to how they once had been, before the Navy and the Army came.
Now, I don't understand why Firebrand would want that. I mean, I think you made it pretty clear he isn't from here, so he wouldn't really have a vested interest in returning it to the ways that, I mean, Julian seems to lack.
I mean, in the ways of the Sea Princes had free reign to pillage and plunder as they would. We were largely defenseless back then. That's why there's so much resentment.
You do not see any opportunity for it to be a forgery, perhaps?
I'm not an
If he
expert
is.
in these things. They
Fair.
looked real to me.
Now, you said it was perfect. Like the evidence against him was perfect.
Perfect in that it did not appear fake. There wasn't. I'm not. I'm not. This is not my specialty.
And entirely damning, you say.
Yes.
So either he is incredibly guilty, or those that want to bury this situation and him with it are doing a very, very good job.
I suppose so. I've been back and forth myself since his arrest and since the evidence was provided. Some of these communications were from before he was even assigned here.
Well, in the correspondence and the documents, I mean, obviously you said they were signed off with his name. In the correspondence, did it also say his name?
Said
Just
within,
straight out Firebrand and Primwater?
as I said, it was heavily encoded.
Mm-hmm.
But the investigator possessed certain magics that he was able to perform that made things easier to see.
Do you have any transcripts, copies, notes?
No.
Do you recall the names of the pirates he dealt with?
Oh, Lord Almighty. It lists off just general, no names of sea princes specifically. It does seem to list off a couple of Captain such and so, Captain such and so. One of them actually is actually relevant. Da da da. One seemed to be specifically a Captain Lishian.
Can you spell that for me?
Lishi apostrophe IEN. Lishian. I may found that. Maybe remove. I don't know about the apostrophe, but we're leaving it in there for now. Gotta remember how saying it phonetically. But Lishian.
Is that the only one of note?
That's yeah. I'd say that's the one of note. That seems to be the one mentioned that she tells you was mentioned as the most prominent.
Yeah,
Very well.
Yak will kind of suck his teeth. I look. I I don't know much about how legal proceedings go, but something to be so perfect and so damning. I don't. I haven't seen many things that are just so black and white. And for all the correspondence to be, have Firebrand and Primwater's name just out there, but also not mention any sea princes by name or
I do not
I'm
claim
just-
to know the exact machinations of the Sea Princes, as far as I've always known they are secretive. What did I say? Not every document, and clarify, not every document was signed off, but enough of them signed off by name and found in the same locations that is highly plausible that they belonged to the same men.
Before we go, Miss Howland,
Yes.
is there anything else relating to this or not that you think we should know?
She just kind of thinks for a moment. I'm not sure. I don't. It seems to me that you believe Firebrand at least is innocent.
I think it is a strong possibility. I don't know him well enough to have a heartfelt, strong conviction on it. But it looks to me like he licked a boot one too many times and now it's stepping on him for convenience.
I don't know.
But I would like to know rather than feel.
Certainty would be appreciated. It is definitely hard to acquire, but as for things to point you towards proof, I could not be sure myself. There's If you do not trust the evidence they provided, then it is hard to be sure one way or the other. As I said, this is not my profession.
We thank you for your time and assistance, Miss Howland.
Of course.
We will be in town for only a short while longer.
Yes. You were before arrested, of course. You had heard that you had been in town for a short enough while, but you did not stick around long enough to collect your payment.
Oh, yes. Probably something I should focus on more, but we live in crazy times.
Indeed, but I have no wish to rob you of your just rewards, and considering the considerable work that you did in order to protect Saltmarsh.
This is my home, Miss Howland.
Regardless, your reward is currently being held at the town hall. There's lock and key there within. You should be able to request it easily enough yourselves. They will know who you are.
We're recognizable.
And he will give a timid grin.
Well, I'm glad that all of you at least are well. Just kind of looking between the two of you. I wish you luck in whatever ventures you find yourself upon now.
Personal this time, but we intend to return. Call on us if you need us, Miss Howland.
I will keep that in mind.
I'll give a nod verging on a half bow and then make his exit, looking back at Jakob.
Stay safe in these trying times.
A difficult request, but I hope you do as well.
Have a good day.
And as
Yes.
soon as they're out of earshot of Miss Allen, just have to deal with Julian going, fuck, 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 fuck.
I hate this, Jakob.
Yeah, I'm not too keen on this not knowing. Not the cloak and shadow type that would do this type of thing. and I don't really know how to deal with that. Or
They have excellent proof, but on the other hand, it is being provided by those who would benefit most from his downfall. Which makes it potentially unreliable, but maybe not. They could be telling the truth. And of course, it's not available for investigation. Fuck!
I just don't. I don't like how perfect it is, and
Oh
I
yeah,
feel like
super fucking convenient.
Firebrand is smart enough to not. I mean, why would you sign something with your name, even if it's hidden in some way? To look, I'm not the smartest man, but I know. Is anybody around us?
I'll say I'm assuming that by the time that you guys are talking about this, that you've made it outside of the grounds. So I mean,
when it was just me and Yakuba's.
so I mean, there. I mean, it's the middle of the day. It's hard to completely avoid people, but I mean, nobody's like right up on top of you guys. Sure.
Then I'll say this part kind of hushed. Look, whatever this deal with Artois is, there's no fucking shot I'm putting my name on anything. I'm not connecting myself or leaving
Hells no.
anything to prove that I've done anything for them. So it just doesn't make sense for, as Artois said, they're pirates. They don't really need your signature to make a deal. If you say, "Oh, okay, you can come and take however many people," they're gonna come and take that many people, and if you try to stop them, they're gonna kill you. Like,
Also, taking the nature of the pirates out of it and looking at the nature of the men involved, I could potentially see Primwater being a stupid weasel and getting in over his head, maybe making agreements against his initial intentions.
that we
I
can
just
agree
don't
on.
see it a Firebrand. I don't like the man, but I don't think this is him.
I also agree with that. It just unless they offered him a vast amount of money, but I mean, he seems like an honorable man, and it just doesn't make sense for them to be like, "Oh, let us take over this area and give you what power over Saltmarsh." He already had power over Saltmarsh.
He seemed like the hardest kind of man to reason with, and that's a man with principles.
Yeah. Unless we entirely misjudged him and somehow he's a sea prince spy.
What if both are true? What if Primwater did, but they're wrapping up Firebrand in this as an easy scapegoat to justify their lack of assistance? Or some such.
Then I mean, we need to find some type of evidence or something to prove that Firebrand wasn't connected to it, and let Primwater hang.
I feel like finding evidence in their favor might not be enough. If there's some kind of weird conspiracy, we would need to uncover the whole thing. Otherwise, they'll just magic some new evidence up. If there even is one, maybe they're correct the whole way. I don't know. Fuck this shit.
Yeah, I mean, hurts my head to fucking think about it. We're having to think about it a lot.
We do have one name, though. Captain Li Shiyan.
That's true. Unfortunately, that's something that we're not going to be able to act upon until, I mean, besides having people look into her while we're gone.
We need to find out which of the pirates that captain answers to. If we're going to be dealing with any of the pirates, they seem perfectly content to conspire against one another. If she answers to a different one, we might be able to get answers from one other. Thoughts?
I mean,
He says,
Yeah.
looking just incredibly uncomfortable at the idea.
why don't we ask, looks around again, that gentleman who was on our boat the other night, when we see him next, about that person we learned about.
Unless this individual answers to the same boss. That wouldn't do us any good.
I mean, that's why we would have other people looking as well. Because, I mean,
How about
Uh,
the same lady who has found us good information multiple times?
yeah, definitely.
She may even know offhand. She knows a lot of people. Let's talk to Bart. He's the reasonable one.
Hey, what you mean?
Just kind of give you a look. And be like, "Well, I guess head back to the boat."
Okay.
We need to go to your church.
Oh, yeah.
Because we did want to see. I mean, I think it's a terrible idea to leave that damn uh, artifact here, but I mean, if we go to the church and they say, "Oh, this is our holiest of holies, and you can't take that, you can't destroy it," then I mean, I'm pretty hard pressed to destroy somebody's holy symbol, unless you're.
No, and if this is a
Okay.
symbol of Procan, then it definitely should be in the correct hands.
Yeah.
They'll handle it properly.
And that's where we're going, not back to our boat, because I
Okay.
forgot about that
Yeah,
entirely.
you know, we're going to the Temple of Procan that's here in the city. Okay. Or town. Whatever. Gloob and Bart. Were y'all going to talk to Copperlocks first, or were you guys wanting to go to Solmore?
Yeah, Copperlocks, I think, is closer,
Copperlocks.
right?
Correct. Yeah, from where you guys were right when y'all first split off from Julian and Jacob. Okay. So, kind of considerably shorter distance, but getting a little bit of the same as what Julian and Jacob saw. You have some people who are a little more vocal and, if not eager, but are greeting you, and y'all return and wishing happy, glad y'all made it. Y'all seem okay. Thank y'all for assisting in the defense of Saltmarsh, etc., etc. While some are kind of still that hushed, kind of side-eyeing you guys, suspicious whispering amongst themselves. As y'all come up on what looks like a kind of you would have expected somebody wealthy lived here probably once. It's a kind of larger abode, like kind of almost like a small manor. But it does now, where it previously was probably very, very nice and pretty. It seems like maybe the painting and everything hasn't been kept up as much, and it does seem to have carts and that have mining tools and donkeys and stuff, like stuff that is kind of parked out front, like sheds and things that have been constructed more recently than this manor, with some dwarves that you see bustling out in front around these tools, and or some of that seem to be leading like a cart that has just raw ore and other materials on it. As you guys approach this building, that's where we're going to go ahead and take a break, as it is a little after 9 already. So, we'll be right back. We're going to take a quick little bio break, stand up, walk around, refresh drinks, maybe some snacks for those that are in need. But then we'll be right back to continue what we've been doing for the past couple hours, and we'll be doing more of that. Who knows? Maybe other kinds of things. Who knows? It's a mystery. You have to stick around to find out. But I suggest maybe you do a little bit of the same. Stretch your legs, do a couple jumping jacks, and we'll be right back. Bye.
Yes, sir.
Hmm. Hmm. Hello, everybody. Welcome
Hello.
back. God damn it, dude. I can never keep myself centered. But welcome back to more of the Gosm, the Saltmarsh. There are ghosts there sometimes. Who knows? Our party has only spent like 60% of the campaign actually at Saltmarsh. So, you know, it's kind of a little odd. It's called the Ghost Saltmarsh. But anyway, you win some, you lose some. But, yeah, we're back.
Nobody's died either. It's crazy.
That's not true. Plenty of people have died. But, yeah. Last we left our heroes, they had made a plan as to what they were going to do today, starting off making a trip over to one Captain Zindros, discovering that she's actually in the process of beginning to pack her shit, looking to leave Saltmarsh here at some point in the near future to kind of resume her more travel-y magic merchant ways. Getting a little bit of information from her, as well as a package that Julian had previously commissioned from her, getting a little bit of a rundown of the civilian variety of what occurred here in Saltmarsh with the arrest of one Gillen Primwater and one Eleander Firebrand, as well as maybe some brief suspicions in her direction, but none to be confirmed nor denied on Gloob's massive insight. They also didn't really buy any magic items because they're poor as fuck right now, and the stuff they want from her is very expensive. So, they then set off, splitting into two pairs, one of each having one of the spies murmur, just in case. So they did not make the mistake they have previously done of sending both pairs off together. But Julian and Jakob making their way to meet with Ida Owland, questioning her on more of the specifics and of her own opinions on what had occurred. She gave them the rundown that the investigator and his soldiers showed up a little bit after actually they had left Saltmarsh, but before Eleander made it back, beginning an investigation, doing preliminary searches of the other councilmen's residences, as well as thorough investigations of both Gillen Primwater and Eleander Firebrand's residences, turning up over the course of it a plethora of evidence against the two that seem to have some documents that are signed by them, others that are just by association and with similar, encodings to keep them presumably, hopefully, would have been hidden, but was uncovered by this investigator, Carnal, before ultimately arresting Gellin Primwater and then Eleander Firebrand after he arrived. Ida seemed to be unsure as to what to think, as she knew of Gellin Primwater's previous smuggling history, but not quite to this extent that was shown to her by this investigation, and hadn't previously expected anything of the sort from Eleander Firebrand. However, as far as she could tell, all these documents looked legit to her inexperienced, unexpertised eye in the realm of document forgeries. Julian and Jakob then left unsure themselves as to what may have been going on, but planning to take a trip over to the Temple of Procan to have them look at their now confirmed tracking device of an enemy's tracking device, that it was the medallion they retrieved from the Isle of the Abbey. And we last left Bart and Gloob as they came up on what looked like formerly a smallish manor house that appears to have been taken over by the dwarves in their mining operation. And that's where we will hop back into it as you guys are walking up. There doesn't seem to be any particular, not any particular guard out here. I mean, there were some guards that were out nearby, but there doesn't seem to be guards like right in front of this building itself. So you guys just approach.
Before I do, Gloob will twist the pommel of Captain's authority, and he will give himself advantage on charisma checks.
Sure. Eagle Splendor.
Yes.
All right. You feel just that tingle that runs through you whenever you activate that particular ability of Captain's authority. All right. So as you guys approach, one dwarf who is kind of just moving some things around, seems kind of like a foreman type, just kind of, I can help the two of you, frog. I know you. You're the frog.
Yep, the frog.
By
Name's
reputation, at least. Gloob. All right.
Okay. This is Bart.
Bart.
We're here to see
the healer, the holy man.
No.
Are you not a holy man? Looking at Bart.
Mike's muted. Sorry about that. Yeah, that's the one. That's me.
Oh. All right then. What can I do for you?
We're here to see Councilperson Copperlocks.
Manistrad. I'm up in her office doing paperwork, I believe, at this time. I'll show you.
All right.
Turns, kind of dusts off his hands, kind of yells off at some people to make sure they don't slack off in his absence. Kind of leads y'all inside, and it's a foyer that, like, once again, kind of along with the rest of the setup here, that it seems to have been once a more wealthy establishment, but since it's been turned over for the dwarves' use, it's a lot more functional, a little more utilitarian. Taking you up a set of stairs that goes up into an upstairs portion where you have, looks like you have several sets of doors from what little you guys kind of peek in as he's leading you down the hall. A lot of them appear to be either a mixture of smaller storage rooms for just kind of standard upkeep, maybe some extra tool storage, as well as a couple rooms that seem to be not quite barracks, but kind of like dorm rooms. Like there's a couple sets of bunk beds in there, so they're not quite being packed in like tuna, like a can of salmon. But they're also not being, they're also not each, it's not exactly luxurious, their housing situation. But taking you into a little kind of a plain, but functional office where you've seen the familiar form of Manistrad Copperlocks, sat by a desk, seeming to be looks like she's kind of writing numbers out on a piece of scrap parchment. As you guys come in. Oh, yes, what can I do for you? Y'all seem to be missing a couple.
Oh, they were out asking some other questions.
Sure. They're fine, good sir. Go about your business. Turns around and shuts the door behind him as he goes. Well, if you having questions, of course, Welcome to ask. You've more than earned them, I suppose.
You can probably imagine why we're here.
Just kind of tapping one finger on the desk. Imagine so.
Well, you got any information for us of what exactly happened, or what's been going on, or?
Not too long after I heard that the lot of you swung through and seemed to depart in quite a hurry. The investigator and his soldiers that came along with him, they arrived in town, met with the rest of us, minus Firebrand, of course, because he was not quite back, and said that they had been given reason and reasonable suspicion to begin an investigation here within town. Suspicion of the treasonous sort. Began it with a relatively cursory investigation of the town hall and barracks and the like, each of the councilmen's residences, before settling on both Firebrand and Brimwater's places.
They searched yours as well.
Yes, they came through. Like I said, cursory. They seemed to. Like they said, they had been given suspicions from, I presume, from either spies or some other network. I'm not quite sure, but they checked everywhere first, and then I guess focused on their tips. I don't know.
Sophie's gonna look at her finger tapping on the desk and just sort of. Are you nervous?
Are you not?
No, I have nothing to hide.
Does the situation not make you nervous?
Well, the consequences, maybe.
Well, then you have a better stomach for this sort of goings on than I do. Fighting was bad enough. Well, they performed thorough investigations of both the residences. They spent a couple of days going over them, having detained Primwater on suspicions initially, and seemed to turn up quite a bit of dirt on both.
Just like that, you just got a bunch of dirt on both of them?
And you say just like that, they were there for days. Turned them upside down.
Did they show you any of this evidence?
Myself, Anders, and Ida were all, as our position allowed, given certain privileges that the common public was not. But given over seemed to be collections of ledgers and communications and trackings of not only blanking on words, of smuggling the goods that they were involved, some of them people, but others seem to be just communications and plans for a return to form for the sea princes in this region.
Mm-hmm.
Hoping to bait out and annihilate the majority, at the very least, the forces that the Crown has that are focused in Seaton.
What do you think about all this?
I don't know. I'm not even a politician. I'm a miner. I was brought here because I knew my work, and my work was to direct and find the best veins to get this operation up and running. But I hardly know this promoter. I profess that I was not particularly interested in the politics in this town. I just threw my vote in with Firebrand most of the time. But I met Firebrand back when we were, which was originally assigned to oversee this operation back in the capital. He's an older fighter, and he was little past his prime, but this seemed like, the ideal kind of almost retirement job for him, I guess. Oversee the law in a little dinky sea town. I mean, from what I had heard of him, he's a fine soldier.
You traveled down here with him, right?
Yes, him and the soldiers of the crown that were going to be, overseeing the majority of the new security and training of any militia. Whip them into shape,
Right, yeah, of course. And
Right, stern man, but never seemed particularly spiteful or cruel. But I don't know. Some of the letters and stuff in there seemed bitter about the assignment. Maybe resentful.
they took all that stuff with them then?
Yes, as part of the presumably whatever legal proceedings will occur.
So they have a lot of writing and firebrands on hand then.
Correct.
And it checks out as being writing that looks like his own hand. You're sure?
As best as I could tell. I'm a minor foreman.
Right.
I've seen plenty of his hand, and best I could tell, looked it to me.
I mean, that could be something we could start off with. Maybe trying to get some. Do you know if his house is? We could look at it.
I don't necessarily see why not. You just have to get the whatever permission. But perhaps you could find something that they left behind. But I'm not quite sure what good it'll do you.
Well, I mean, you gotta try.
I suppose.
Maybe we had a good solid copy of what his handwriting might be. Maybe some of them letters might have some inconsistencies in it if we can.
I'm sure that there's something still in his hand around here somewhere, at the very least in his office. They didn't take every piece of parchment. They took what they considered needed as evidence.
Mm-hmm. Just maybe if someone could give it a long examination over in Seaton, they might be able to say, hey, this isn't how he does his I's or T's this way or that way or something. Cast some doubt on the whole situation and maybe start a case for him.
You seem pretty sure that he's innocent.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he's innocent, absolutely.
You don't.
She looks kind of like, as Bart's saying it, she's kind of looking at him. And you can see like some of the tension kind of seems to relax. Like maybe it did, like hard to notice before, but she had definitely been kind of holding her shoulders and kind of relaxed a little bit. I would like to think that he's not. But
I mean, yeah.
How would I know better? This is these people's job.
Right. Well, in Seaton, we didn't just have a war or anything, according to those people who took him. So, I don't really believe a lick of anything those folks say.
The investigator, from what I understand, it seemed to be believed that there was, as I said, ill intent.
What was the ill intent of saving the town?
The ill intent seemed to be that it was meant to draw Seaton's forces here so that they could be crushed.
So right. You're saying Firebrand sacrificed tens, hundreds of people to attempt to lure Seaton into a fight that he knew they weren't going to come to for weeks and weeks.
That is what they're saying, and if you are to be believed, then hopefully not. But they seem to be pretty damn sure that he was the one who did it, and
Can I just kind of roll a history check to see if I've heard anything through any storybooks to where there's been any non-overtly like evil type kind of alliance with Swahagan ever?
sure, roll a history check.
Oh, that's good. 18 plus 4, 22.
422. I mean, from they're relatively like you're not super knowledgeable of them, but from what little like tales and stories you've had, that I mean they're not. Alliance is usually a strong word with Sahuagin. It's generally speaking a subservient relationship. Right. But like they're arrogant and they're conquerors a lot of times under the sea. So, I mean, with them working with other races and other people isn't unheard of, but it's definitely usually a rarity and almost always has been in a you fight for us or you're gonna die kind of situation.
Right. Okay. I'm just trying to get at, it would be kind of preposterous for it to be a bunch of Swahagan got allied together to attack Saltmarsh just for the political gains of a middle at best politician.
I mean, as best y'all could tell from y'all's interactions and what little y'all saw during their invasion, they seemed fully intent upon taking everything that they were coming across.
Mm-hmm.
So
at best, someone somewhere misguided someone in charge into thinking that the Swahagan would just be able to hold Saltmarsh and the surrounding swamps because reasons.
Yeah. Y'all do not have the exact details now.
Right. I mean, that all seems, I don't know, more than fishy. Like, why would?
It's funny that it's because they're fish people.
Right.
Good joke.
Alright. So the plan is they lure a bunch of people from Seaton to come to Saltmarsh's aid, and then they get overwhelmed by Swahagan forces.
It seemed to me that it was the thought process that was behind us, that there was some kind of collusion between the Sea Princes and the forces that we were facing. And that once we were brought in by the threat of the Sahuagin, that Sea Prince forces would close the trap.
Right.
Whilst engaged with the Sahuagin.
And so when were sent off to find out what happened to these lizard folks and got them as allies and did all that wheeling and dealing at the behest of Firebrand, that it would be in his best interest to get some of his Sea Prince buddies to get us and stop us from helping defend the city. Maybe catch us unawares on the road heading up north, from what I understand, on a road that not many people take, or perhaps catch us on the edge of the Dreadwood or something like that. But we never really had any interactions but something like that one time, and that wasn't for any type of reason that something like that was happening.
Perhaps. I knew that was... The fight wasn't easy, even with all the help we had. So I couldn't be
Why
sure.
did you fight?
It's kind of like a little... Just kind of sits for a few seconds, kind of looking down at the desk. So it's a little embarrassed, almost.
You're not a politician. It's brand new armor. You're not a fighter.
Some of us wanted to earn our place. We came here knowing that we knew it would be unwelcome change, but fuckers hated us as soon as we got here. We were outsiders and seeking to change their way of life, and well, I mean, it wasn't like we were made to come down here. It was new place, fresh start, maybe something to set out for your getting some of our own. A lot of us are younger.
I mean, if that's how you were treated in town, wouldn't it? I mean, wouldn't Firebrand be more ingratiated to maybe share something with you about him not being welcome in the town either? From what I understood, people hated Firebrand for being here and taking control of the city they thought was rightfully theirs, right?
Didn't like him enforcing the crown policy upon them. Yeah, of course, but
You never seemed resentful to you?
I mean, he seemed like he was doing his duty. Like I said, this was a stoic man.
Right. He
Very-
seemed burdened, maybe, but I
Very,
don't think
very rarely seemed to. Very rarely I saw his temper.
So nobody told you that you needed to fight. You thought you needed to do so to earn your place among Saltmarsh's people.
Myself and good few of the others, yes. If we showed that we were willing to put blood and possible death on the line, then maybe it would prove that we wanted to be here and make it better, and not just ruin what they had.
And Firebrand fought right alongside you.
Large and in part, yes. He wasn't constantly on the front line, but I mean, he moved about as he had to as a commander.
But he was on the front line.
Even in his old age, he's a skilled warrior, and seeing your commander out and about, it boosts morale.
Is there, that gives me an idea. Is there any way where maybe anyone took like I don't know, like a scribe that says where the battles and stuff took place and where troops were and where attacks happened and things like that over the war? Or is it just kind of all loosey-goosey?
I'm sure that it's recorded somewhere. But I'm not in charge of that. You'd have to check with the what's the word I'm looking for? The temporary captain of the guard that is here right now in Firebrand's place until he's replaced.
Right.
I'm sure everything's recorded. I don't know how organized it is.
Okay. Well, we got documents talking about the Swahagan battle plans, and before that point, if Firebrand was obviously working in cahoots with all the bad folk, and he was, an inside man causing all this to weaken Seaton for the Sea Princes, then I kind of feel like, for the most part, he would have stayed away from the worst conflicts, if you know what I mean. There's probably would have been some type of movement at some point to where maybe he repositioned before a flank got pushed harder or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Perhaps. I'm sure that is possible. I'm sure.
I mean, it's a long shot. I'm just trying to find, maybe stepping stones that can build up a better shot for him.
Trust me, I desperately would like for Firebrand to be innocent. He did right by me and those who came along with me for the longest time. Helped keep us safe on the road here, and ensured that we weren't assaulted or any of our equipment or our persons sabotaged.
But the evidence has you convinced.
I don't know how to refute it. I don't want to believe it.
It's not something else or someone else that makes you believe it.
What do you mean?
Something or someone else that has you scared.
Not really. Are you asking if I've been threatened? Or something along those lines? No, I have not.
Overtly or vaguely?
If they did, I'm too dense to have noticed.
Insight
Insight
check.
check.
Sure. Yeah, roll insight checks.
Woo, we got 2 18s in a row. Let me see how my insight bonus is.
7.
26.
That's
7.
almost 20 better than I rolled.
She's a dwarf. Gloob.
You're
26.
fairly certain that she's just female with some stuff.
Maybe she's just a really short human. But with a 26, I read her and she seems to be being completely honest. Like with the 26, I mean, like you just like looking at her, she does seem nervous and a bit frightened. It looks like, say,
So she just seems entirely out of her fucking depth.
yeah, basically like she has now been like the person who was kind of pulling the political weight that she was kind of supposed to be sharing has been yoinked out. And it looks like she's all of a sudden a lot more responsibility has landed on her, and she is floundering.
Right. Okay. Well, I understand you got a lot on your plate right now, and with Firebrand gone, that's only going to get worse. I mean, I'm not going to sugarcoat it for you, but if you can help others try and get him out, because I feel certain he's innocent, then you can have things at least somewhat maybe return to a sort of status quo, if you know what I mean. Well, that's the right word, right? Like normal.
Believe so, yeah.
All right.
I've written it a couple times on reports. Couldn't tell you exact textbook definition of the words, but that seems about right.
All right. So, goodness. So, it's all just a lot to wrap your head around. And so they found this evidence that he was talking to folks, and that these folks were saying, we're going to lie in wait and attack them forces when they come down.
Seemed to be the plan, yeah. They wanted to destroy and disrupt as much of the Crown's forces that are around here on the coast as they possibly could. I mean, I've only heard tales, but when the Crown's visions were still northward, apparently the sea princes were largely uncontested here on the coastal regions of Kioland. Kind of did what they want. Ever since they've been down here, there's some spats here and there, but for the most part, the military's presence and the Navy are able to keep them from doing anything nearly as drastic as they did in the past. Seemed to be this was a game to return things back to that.
And I mean, what did when Firebrand requested aid, did they ever respond to him that you know of? I'm sure you guys had all kinds of meetings. Did they say why they weren't sending troops? Or did they just never talk to y'all?
We didn't receive any communications. Not really. It's like they were going, and some of our messengers weren't even making it back.
Oh.
From the investigators' reports, not even all of the messengers made it. They reported as only having received some of them, but that they had received this intelligence fairly early into the conflict, that there was some kind of treachery afoot.
So the Crown said that they didn't get messages that you had being sent by personal messengers?
Not all of them. They said that only some of them made it.
All right. And these messengers that never showed up, did they ever make it back to Seaton that you know of?
The ones that they didn't receive, they never made it. The ones that made it to Seaton were asked to remain, and they did so as they were I bet they were soldier, like they were more scouts. Those that that Firebrand had in his employ that he trusted.
I would definitely try to see if those people are somewhere in jail in Seaton right now, or being detained, or otherwise had something done to them. If you could talk with some some scribes or something and maybe get a full list of those individuals and try to find their whereabouts. Because if they went missing, I mean, there's got to be evidence of them somewhere, right?
Or maybe if this is someone that we saw leaving from Firebrand's place, you could send them a message.
Right. I mean, maybe.
I'm gonna say none of these guys you would know well enough to be able to message.
All right.
None of these guys you wouldn't be familiar enough with them. Like you couldn't just be given a general physical description. Probably wouldn't have enough detail to get a message out to them.
I imagine messengers that we would have seen that were actually like inside the council would probably be like back and forth across Saltmarsh type.
Yeah,
kind of
correct. That was the vast majority of those guys that you saw. These sounded like these were like soldiers who were, they weren't just regular soldiers. Like I said, like scouts and the like, who
Right.
that they usually did things off by themselves anyway.
Yeah, like the difference between a messenger and like a courier as far as these times are concerned.
Right. I could certainly try, but I confess that I know very little of Seaton.
Well,
I don't really have any friends there, but
we're going to try and talk to some of the other council members, and maybe we can get some of these ideas kind of thrown together or something like that. And after we speak with the other council members, maybe we can get a consensus of what everyone's opinion is in the situation. And I don't know. As far as all this seems to be going sideways and is extraordinarily suspicious, I feel like it might be better if all of us just met up together and talked this out.
maybe so.
I mean, I gotta be honest with you. When I came here to talk with you, I just assumed that they came in, didn't tell nobody anything, and just said, "Well, we've got evidence, and we've got we've got swords and a lot of people and a fancy coach, and we're taking them with us because the Duke said so. So get out the way."
As far as I'm aware, they did everything by the book. They performed their investigations, procured evidence based on suspicions, and took them.
All right. Well, do you have a lot of plans in that?
Just kind of gestures at paperwork. Juggling responsibilities, for the most part.
Well, I mean, maybe don't keep your books too full. Might talk again. I've got a million different things to talk to you about, but might put them on pause to get a better scope of pictures before coming back speaking again. If you're okay with that.
If you are certain that Firebrand is indeed innocent, then I would like that, and I would like to believe it, and hope maybe someone framed him. I don't know, but that is something that could be worked towards. Then I am all ears.
All right.
That's what we're working towards.
Absolutely. And we've got a very small time frame to get things set in motion before we have to go and do unsavory things. Anyway, I appreciate your time, and I hope we can work something out. And thank you for seeing us.
Of course, and before I forget, we had already the payment for your assistance rendered during this conflict is currently being held at the City Hall under lock and key. You and your friends should be. You're well-known enough figures at this juncture that you should be able to go and they'll give it to you.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's a part of me that was thinking we might be fugitives too. It might not be. We might come in here and someone try to arrest us. So, hey, if we got money waiting on us, that's great. We might be able to do some good with it. Maybe get some people in Seaton on our side to help Firebrand out.
Yeah. The investigator didn't seem to be seeking any of you as far as I'm aware.
That's great.
I just have two more questions before we get out of here. The messengers
yes.
that went missing. Was there anything in the evidence that you saw about them? Misses about Firebrander or Premwater saying that this messenger is leaving at this time, make sure they don't get there, or anything like that?
Not that I saw, no.
Okay, so they weren't communicating with anyone, at least that you saw, about what time these people were leaving the
About
city.
these individuals, no. About
Okay.
the messengers, no.
Okay. Someone that is either sitting and waiting on any messenger with a bag, or someone else was giving them information on when messengers were leaving, right? Something like that. Anyways,
suppose
food
so.
for thought for later.
They were-
Um,
I'll
there were
think about those as much as I can. I assure you.
And then you and the other council members, have you talked about this evidence since it all happened together?
Briefly, in what regard? I mean, this it was all legal. What discussions do you mean?
Yeah, everything that they told each of you lined up.
From best I could tell, yes. I mean, we were together. They didn't present it to us individually.
Okay.
We were all council members. He met with us in the council chambers and went over everything that they had found.
Okay.
He's a scary man, I will say.
If you're familiar or know anyone who might be a little bit closer to some of the messengers or couriers that were sent off to send those information, if you could try to track them down and try to find a list of those folks that have gone missing
Yes.
in that regard.
Maybe that should be a list easy enough able to determine. Yes.
One of my friends, Julian, he's from here, and maybe he's got a thing to where he can create images, and maybe if he knows one of these messengers, he might be able to show me what it looks like, and if I can get a good enough image on him, I might be able to magically send him a message to find out his whereabouts. So if you could get those names and maybe he knows them, that could be a big break for us.
I can certainly ask for someone in the guard to see if they could compile those names for you. Yeah.
That would be wonderful. That would be a huge help.
I'll do it again.
And thank you so much.
Yes. Lot to think about.
Right.
I look forward to hearing more from both of you, and hopefully your two friends. I assume they're around.
Right. They're talking to other folks right now and trying to. It's confusing times for everybody. Can't be in all places at once.
Oh, don't know it. Well, I do have to get some work done today.
Absolutely, I understand.
Of course. Yes. Good day to both of you.
Yeah, head on out of there.
Right. Eggs as well, Gloob? Okay.
Yep.
Easy enough. It's not a giant place, so you guys remember the way to get back out. So.
Off to Anders, but we can let Jakob and Julian go for the church.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
So. Over to you guys, which if I recall, where is my church of Procan? Just see if I can, if its exact location is particularly relevant.
Did you say Church of Propane?
Church of Propane and Propane Accessories. Okay. So yeah, heading a little east, like a little farther along the road, kind of going up into the like kind of slight cliffs that are up on that upper ridge. Is where the Temple of Procan is located, and I mean, like as stated previously, like it is a temple. It is not a massive temple. It's kind of like like those smaller churches that they're basically just one big room. Like maybe there's a couple like closets and stuff for like storage things, and maybe kind of in the back for the pastor and like some of their other people who manage the church to kind of do their thing back. But for the most part, one big fucking room. Usually you'll like see them on the side of a highway kind of deal. Or for smaller towns. It's kind of like that, but less in the style of Christianity, and more in the style of Procan. Yeah, Trucker Church. There you go. But as you guys come walking up, it looks like it's the middle of the day. You still have some people kind of coming and going, but for the most part, it's fairly calm, normal day. You just going up to basically the head priest, Julian, whom you would be fully aware.
Probably at least surface level acquainted with.
Yeah. I'd say you knew of him. But all right.
Like I said, probably where Julian stopped before on his few excursions through Saltmarsh itself.
As you know, this gentleman is it's an older guy, definitely past his seafaring years. A little older than you last saw him. What little pepper was still in his beard is now all salt. As a priest, Priest Vander.
Vander,
yeah.
Father Vander, how are you doing today?
My son, welcome to the... What can I do for you in the Stormlord's Hall?
A bit of an interesting situation. Are you aware of the old temple to Procan out on the island?
Oh, yes, about on the Isle. Seemed to have been taken a while ago.
We recently were there. It had been inhabited and desecrated by followers of Orcus, I think Bart said he was called.
That was his name.
Nasty being.
Not
Not
familiar with the
surprising.
fellow, but
Bad news. That's what I know.
bad news indeed. Well, his followers are no longer there, but we found this.
going to show the medallion.
It was being used, we believe, by the cultists. But before we destroyed it, I wanted to ensure it was nothing sacred to Procan himself.
Just looks at it and kind of, there's nothing particularly, if I recall correctly, I don't believe there's any particular symbology upon it, other than it is like a decorative medallion.
It's been a minute. I cannot remember what you said it looked like.
Yeah, but looks it over. I cannot say that this is one of our relics. There's no symbols of the Stormlord upon it.
We did not wish to carelessly discard of something that had been taken, that belonged rightfully to Procan and his followers.
Your respect is appreciated, both by myself and I'm sure the Sailor of Sea and something, which is his other title, because I can't read. But, yes, this is not belonging of any of our church, at the very least. It's purely a bauble, as far as I'm concerned.
Before I simply dispose of it at sea, is it something you would be able to banish the magics of the followers of Orcus?
Banishing magics, I could make no guarantees. The Stormlord blesses me humbly. But if it is as needs must, is a cursed artifact of some kind.
It is our strong belief that it is being used to track our movements by the vindictive followers of Orcus.
Oh.
We have been attacked multiple times following our acquisition.
And we've had it magically looked at, and I mean, from what we've been told, that's what this is for.
It does carry divination magic, used as a focus.
Removing curses upon people or objects is something that I have been able to perform in the past, but magics and their usage upon items is outside of my purview.
No bother, Father. I am simply uneducated on such things, and
That
figured I would
rhymed.
ask.
I think your first thought to be a clever one. Offer it to the Sea Lord himself. Let him consume this vile artifact of evil.
Without question, Father. And thank you for your time.
Of course.
Brocan's blessings.
And you as well. Sail safely and find calm harbor.
Jacob just kind of like, Procan's blessings to you.
Julian
You
will
as well,
smile
my
and kind of
son.
nod over at Jacob. And kind of taking the priest's hand and give it a respectful shake and a bow and head back towards the boat, I guess.
Okay. All right.
Prepare for maximum ocean yeet.
Maximum ocean yeet. You're gonna throw it. What's your strength, Julian?
10 or 11.
You can also
like that.
swim. Just put that out there. Anywho. All right. So as you guys turn and make your way. So I'll say you guys probably make it to the boat before you guys make it to Anders. Because of how our distances are. Y'all are probably on your way back to the boat by the time these guys make it to Anders' place. But the two of you come walking on up to the home of one Anders Saltmarsh. I just realized the music's been really quiet. And has like been barely audible, so oops. But you guys come walking up to the place of one Anders Saltmarsh. With some guards at their gate. I see y'all two are back.
Give me all your money. No, I'm just playing. It's a joke. It's a joke. That is not
It's a little like.
Yeah, we need to talk to Councilperson Selmore.
Yes, Master Solmore had told us to be on the lookout for your return. There seemed to be fewer of you. Something occurred?
No, there's just we're splitting up, divide and conquer, as they say.
Oh, very well. Master Solmore did wish to speak to you upon your arrival. I believe he is home. If you would come with me. Takes you guys on a familiar trek through a more opulent dwelling than the one you guys just came from. Vaguely familiar, as y'all have been here a couple times, coming to the study that you guys have met with him in previously, with the familiar guise of Anders Solmore in his slightly jacked up button situation, and that similar kind of like he kind of was getting ready but said fuck it at the very end. Some stray hairs and like it's just kind of fucked up, but kind of not. With his elvish butler there in attendance as well. When you enter, he says, you have returned. Yes. Scarron, if you could go get tea. No, actually, just leave us for now. I would like to speak to my friends here alone for a little bit. course, sir. Drifts out of the room before you guys, shuts the door behind him. There's missing two of you are missing. Where are what are their names? Julian and Jakob, I do believe, are the two taller gentlemen in your party.
We're splitting and conquering, talking to other council members at the moment, going to reconvene and chat together.
I see.
Combine information.
I suppose more efficient. You said you had information that you had found out more. Was it that I had said that things were changed here? What all have you been up to? Been gone for quite a while.
We had some situations with, some people were messing with Julian's family, to be frank, and we had to go take care of that situation.
Cannot allow such a thing, of course, yes.
Right. And upon getting the seat and anyway, we heard all the situation about what happened to Firebrand, and on
immediately, like, his features darken, like, where he's usually kind of this bright, kind of open, more or less kind of cheerful, if manic, energy about him, just immediately brows furrow and just immediately looks angry. Yes, that did occur. Yes. What were your questions? You heard of the matter. What did you hear?
We heard that he'd been apparently detained as soon as he got back from the front.
Did you hear the reason why?
There was a whole bunch of evidence that was apparently gathered saying that he was working with the Sea Princes.
Working with the Sea Princes, yes.
I would like to stealth up to the door. You said the butler went out of the door and shut it behind him.
Correct.
Can I stealth up to the door?
You are standing right in front of Anders.
I'm not trying to sneak from Anders. I am trying to be silent while approaching the door.
Sure. Go ahead and roll a stealth check. This is with advantage because if you're just trying to move silently, yes.
That's not right. Okay. It's telling me 11 plus 11 is a dirty 20. It's 22. Sorry, I don't know what's going on with my D&D Beyond roller.
D&D Beyond. Okay, 22. Yeah, sure. You feel quite stealthy.
I want to crack that door open while he has Anders' very excited attention and see if that elf is hanging around.
Sure. You're just trying to kind of crack it open and look?
Yeah.
Okay, let me see. I mean, you see, Butler, he just seems to be stood outside, kind of hands kind of crossed like in front of himself, kind of held, and just seems to be kind of looking off into the hall, stationed right outside the door.
Right outside the door?
Yeah, not like right out in front, but seems to be kind of off to one side of the door, where he could be like easily available if needed, but leaving you guys to your privacy.
Can you go get me a glass of water?
Raise one eyebrow and looks down and pokes his head in kind of above you as Anders is just in the midst of saying, working with the Sea Princes. Young master, is there refreshment is requested? So there's pointing at Bart, like, as he said this, and he kind of turns, yes, sure, fine, yes.
Pond water for me, the closest pond. Thank you. I'm gonna shut the door.
Yeah, he leans his head back out.
Nice.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, I heard that they found all kinds of evidence that he was working with the Sea Princes. But,
traitorous bastard, yes.
I mean, you gotta understand that don't make any sense, right?
How does it not?
Well,
It was all the evidence was right there. The correspondences, the ledgers, everything. It was right there. I saw it. I saw it with my eyes.
What did the letters and the correspondences say?
Scheduling the times for this disgusting trading of people's lives, live people. deaths, commands, the plans to reinstate the anarchy and chaos and murder and pillaging that they had done before the crown came.
All right. And you've double checked all this information that's where.
What do you mean?
I mean, there's a lot of things that don't line up while Firebrand.
Do they not?
That's what I'm asking you.
It just makes. They've been kept away from us far too long. They grow impatient. They grew impatient, and now they've overstepped, and now we have. They know the crown will now. They will move, and they will destroy them. Finally, they will be annihilated. They'll be removed. The scourge that they are. It's perfect. What? Yes, you get it. This is all the excuse. The crown has now been forced to move. They will handle them. They will get rid of them. They'll pay for all the suffering that they have caused. He did the duties that he was set here, but all the while scheming, working behind their backs. Unfortunately not. I am not skilled in these deceptions. I wished to do so, and I found what people I could, but they were not. They were not experts, not in these regions. They're sneaky. They're wily. But it does not matter now. They've been caught. They'll be dealt with swiftly. Yes, sure. They were trying to lure in the crown. Yes, I'm sure some of them didn't make it. Dangerous road. I'm sure bandits, or perhaps I don't know. It was days of travel. But some of them made it. And if they had not intended for them, this was part of the plan. They were going to bring them in, and they were going to annihilate them, break them, destroy the hold the crown had here, so that they could return to pillaging and raving and looting and murder. I'm very tempted to make you roll a deception check, but technically that wasn't on the road. Yeah. You see him just waves a hand. The lot of you are dangerous and in a group. This was a lone man, lone travelers. Easier targets. I know that you like the man. He seemed to do right by you, but you didn't see it. It was all there. It made perfect sense. No. What is there to explain? His plans, he was away from here. He did not care about this land or its people. He was offered a large payout and relocation, or what for you. Whatever he wanted, the princes were going to give him. He did not care about here. Not ultimately. Son of a mother.
Damn, Anders, what happened?
We've had muted audio for a while on y'all's end.
Oh no.
Shit. Oh, the arms of the angels fly away.
How long was the while?
Probably the entire.
Probably since we came
last
back from
half.
break. Yep.
Oh,
I've been talking
no.
just fine. Yeah.
Oh no.
I must have double clicked. Yep.
Oh yikes.
Fuck. Well, hope everybody remembers what they've been talking about, because I'm going to have a lot of transcribing to do. Anywho.
That is.
Oh, God.
Any chance of like a
No.
it got saved even if it didn't? No. Okay.
Nope.
Oh
Nope.
no.
And I wasn't recording in OBS.
Doesn't matter if you had the audio source muted, it wouldn't
Yeah,
have
yeah,
recorded
you're
the
right.
audio
You're right.
source
Yep,
anyways.
didn't matter.
Oh,
All
maybe
right.
we can
We'll-
recap through some of that stuff if we can
Basically.
get everyone to meet back together.
What we may need to do is we can talk about it after the stream.
We'll figure something out.
Well, at least you got the real frustration built up now for Anders.
Fuck.
I can hear. I went back in the VOD and I can hear at least Kent.
Really? How far back?
I'm at 3 hours and 20 minutes out of 3 hours and 27 minutes. So
Bet.
5 minutes ago.
Good.
Okay,
Let's
I don't know.
proceed.
Whatever. We'll double check later. I just looked down and I saw. I saw some of it muted, so I don't fucking know.
Either we're fucked or we're not at this point. So
Yeah,
Right.
whatever. Anywho.
Anders believes that. Oh man.
I'm
Panic.
upset. Yes, lots of panic. I just looked down and I saw a little gray bar moving. Okay, I'm sorry. You want to refresh me on what your last question was? I'm so sorry.
Where the Swahag, where in that plan, where did the Swahagan come in?
The bait to bring the crown out.
All right.
And to
And
be
so
that anvil against which all of our forces would be hammered.
So in these messages, which they took with them and we can't see, right? They took them to Seaton.
Yes, they took them for evidence for the trial. Yes.
Right. And so they talk about the Sea Princes having sway over the Swahagan to get them to move into position.
Baited, easily manipulated, savages.
But how so? I mean, they had to discuss it. It was literally the most important thing to get their plan across is to have
it was
them.
communicated that it would be handled. Doesn't matter. Who knows what evil the Sea Princes would what vile methods they would use to bait such violent creatures into doing as they wished. Who knows? I do not know. I do not care. This is to be uprooted. This will be a scourge upon our seas, and our people will be gone. Finally, after so many years.
That's a good thing.
Yes. How could it not?
What do you think's more likely?
Ask your friends Julian and Jacob. They from here. Ask them what evils that these princes have perpetrated.
Well, Julian and Jacob are on the same page as us that Firebrand's most definitely an innocent man.
Well, I'm sure that you
Listen.
would like to believe that, but the odds are stacked against him. The odds, whatever. The evidence is stacked. It is there. I've seen it. It's his hand.
Okay, and I mean that could be the case, right? I don't know 100%. All I know is that this man was on the front line fighting Swahagan shoulder to shoulder with other soldiers, and I know in my heart that he's not a traitor to the people of this town. That more than likely, he started causing issues for people back in Seaton, and they needed to get rid of him. There's some fishy stuff going on in Seaton right now, and if you mentioned that there was a war down here, that they want to shut you up real quick about that.
Over with now.
It's not over with.
Yes.
It
is.
happened. People lost their lives.
Indeed,
Seaton
they
didn't
did.
come and help. There's a road you can take to get from Seaton to Saltmarsh.
And
that
they
doesn't
would have
involve-
fallen, and more would have suffered. It's a hard decision to make, but they made it.
I mean,
They've made it, and things will be better off for it.
we're talking about sea princes, not land princes. There's a road you can march down the Saltmarsh to give people
A road that is easily within reach by the sea.
Right? That's true.
Easily.
Part.
But do you think a column of soldiers would be able to defend themselves against ships
Once
coming from
they've
sea?
already been engaged a prior enemy, no.
I'm just saying you wouldn't really be able to so much sneak up on a column of soldiers. You know what I'm saying?
But you can
from
attack them from behind once they have
Sure.
engaged an enemy, as was their plan. They were going to wait until they were fighting the Sahuagin and they were distracted, and then they were going to slaughter them. How can you not see this?
I mean, cause
This is
there.
everything that these sea princes want.
It's also everything you want.
What? I wish to see them dead, yes, but I've no wish to see my
You
people
want
suffer.
the crown involved.
I'm happy that they have finally done so. It's been too long. My parents were killed by these people.
I
How
understand
far
that.
would you have gone, Anders, to make sure that they got involved? To make sure that the crown got involved here?
I've been trying to find evidence into things that what I could and the whole thing's together here. I was not sure how to draw their attention previously.
So but you do now, or you did.
By the time it was too late already, they brought this information to me. This was brought here.
Can I roll an insight check on them?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd love to get. What I'm trying to garner here is, or at least what I'm trying to convey to him is that this is. I'm wondering if he had purposely thrown Firebrand under the bus,
Right.
to get them involved.
Right.
Dirty 15.
Dirty 15. So I'm gonna say that's not bad. And the thing is, you're not really able to garner to dig under to get that specifically to see if you're getting that out from him. But you do get a good read on him as he is now. And this dude is as you're kind of looking over him, looking for kind of signs of deceit or that kind of desperation. He is certainly full of desperation, filled to the brim. He is as you kind of look at his deep circles under both of his eyes, they actually look red, perhaps from he's probably crying recently. But this is somebody, and it also falls on you you're not super. Oh, you don't have a ton of experience with humans, but Anders is young, even by human standards. And this looks like a guy that is barely hanging on.
Right. I've had someone close to me that had their freedom taken away and killed by those same people as well. I get it. But as much as you want it to be true, we can't just overlook certain things. We can't.
Did any witnesses come forth, or was this all written manuscript for evidence?
Written, yes. Records they kept. They have not captured any of their other correspondences as of yet. They're goers on. I presume that is going to be part of the legal proceedings ahead of them. For the moment, they wanted to just capture the primary culprits, the leaders, and then they would acquire the rest from them as time came. As I know there must have still lurking about here within Saltmarsh somewhere. But that's why the sooner they move forward, the better.
I'm asking, did Firebrand ever seem like someone who would ever shirk his duty?
His duty was simple enough here. Maintain the law, sure, yes.
And in the heat of the war, did he seem like someone who was just veiling a front of deceit to get what he wanted? Or did he seem genuinely troubled and on edge with the growing tension in the city, in the people?
On edge?
add
Yes,
in.
of course. This is a culmination of all of his treachery. How could he not be?
Is that what you really feel like it was?
Of course. Has to be.
Why does it gotta be?
Because it does. It has to be.
I mean, Firebrand was sent here from the crown. You know what I mean?
Yes, and some of the evidence was in that he was bitter and resentful of this assignment, and sending him to some backwater. Yes, sure.
Has Firebrand ever seemed bitter or resentful to you in all of his time that he's been here?
A cold, stern, stoic man.
Right.
Who could tell?
I'm
His
asking you.
His writings reveal his feelings.
All right. How often have you seen Firebrand doing a bunch of writing?
He's writing constantly.
Writing
Almost
constantly.
Doing reports and the like. Handling the legal paperwork and trying to push whatever political agenda that it was that the crown had sent him to uphold.
All right. And did he ever seem lax in his duties to do that?
Why would he need to be?
I mean,
His
seems like
treachery did not hinge on him slowly weakening Saltmarsh. It was in luring them here to be destroyed. If anything, it was better for him to be seen as reliable in doing his duty. Be more trustworthy, more likely for them to respond, but they saw through him.
Mhm.
He slipped somewhere.
Who did?
The Duke's men, the investigators, Investigator Carnal and his companions, whatever, his colleagues, his co-workers. That is their job, is to find these treacherous slaves, to uproot them and remove them before they can cause this harm.
Did he tell you where the investigation began?
He said
What
received
kicked
information.
off the investigation?
They received information in the capital, I guess, that they had intercepted some initial communicado that raised their suspicions.
From Firebrand?
From either Firebrand or Mr. Primwater. One of the two, obviously.
All right. And then what happened?
And they investigated. They came. They did their due diligence. They checked even all my own home. As much as it galls me, but they did it because that was their job and that's what they had to do. Myself, Minister Copperlux, even Miss Owland, who is a saint here within Saltmarsh.
Right. And so they found all of these all these messages from Firebrand just in his house.
Hidden, of course, but yes, within himself and Primwater's domiciles.
Where were they hidden?
I do not know. They turned them upside down, presumably throughout their home, throughout their abode.
Well, generally speaking, I mean, there's pretty good hiding spots when someone has something this important that gets hidden, right?
Yes, obviously, yes. Why? Otherwise, that would be too much of a risk.
They didn't say where it might have been,
It was
or how
within
they
their
were.
home. They presented the evidence, and we took it. We did
All
our own due diligence. Yes, it was all written.
Written evidence.
All written. Some of it old yellowed parchment.
I mean, you can make yellow parchment with a little bit of fire.
Maybe so. I do not think this was. Can it be?
You know, and so you had old yellowed parchment from when Firebrand came down here. How long's Firebrand been here?
Oh, good lord. How long has Firebrand been here? He's been here... I'm trying to remember, because he had not been here when Julian disappeared. And Julian disappeared somewhere around 5 years ago. He's been here for the last few years or so, yes. Sent down alongside with these... with the miners.
Paper's already been yellowed by that point?
Some of it was from before.
So he was in cahoots before he even got down here.
It seemed like it began once he had received this assignment. As I said, he was bitter, resentful. The great Eleander Firebrand reduced to policing some backwater.
Oh yeah, what was his history before he came to Saltmarsh?
Fought in the wars. Fought in the
All
expansion
the
for the
wars.
expansion of Keeland. Yes.
All right. And so he's just going to turn his back on everything he's worked for his whole life because he had to.
If those very same powers that be turn their back on him, then clearly, sometimes that's all it takes for someone to snap, for them to turn.
And
All it takes is
right,
one exactly placed wrong,
and
perceived wrong.
never in the whole time that you were on the council with Firebrand, worked closely with him every day, did you see him ever just not act in a selfless type of interest? I understand that you say that's absolutely his ruse, but
yes.
So that you see Eleander Firebrand, a man who's been a soldier his whole life, turn heel to be a political mastermind and working with cutthroats.
What political mastermind does it take to just continue to be
know.
as you had always been?
He seemed to fool the hell out of all of y'all and me.
Lube is gonna place his hand on just Bart's forearm and shake his head no. He's not gonna see reason.
This is the two of you who will not see reason. Why can't you just understand?
I do understand. Anders, I do. I told you I did.
Clearly not.
I get it.
This is everything you wanted. I get it, son.
This is good. This is for the best of everybody. This is best for not even just Saltmarsh. This is the best for Keeland. And any other island nation, any other coastal villages that they have savaged.
Firebrand's a small price to pay for it.
Right.
A guilty man, yes.
He's not guilty.
I'm sure that is what you would like to believe, but you haven't seen. You would understand if you had seen.
If I had seen the parchments?
Yes, if you had seen everything.
I don't need to see them parchments, son. You can put whatever you want in them parchments. I know Firebrand's innocent.
I wish I could be as trusting as you.
I mean, well, fighting alongside someone and seeing their desperation on the front line of battle is a lot more of a meaningful thing than papers toted in the town by an outside force who wants to cover up the fact that they didn't give support to a town that desperately needed their help and is currently still trying to cover up that it even happened in the nearby city.
You do not understand.
I get that this is what you wanted to happen, but
is there do you bring any more information about the princes that may be of help in this endeavor?
The princes themselves, they couldn't get together any type of coordination like that. As far as the information that
and how are you so intimately familiar with what coordination the sea princes may or may not have? How would you know?
How would I know?
Yes, how would you know?
We've been trying to investigate where Julian's brother's at.
Oh.
There's been Sea Prince operatives in Seaton trying to kill his family and abduct them. His brother's gone, taken to the same place that he was manipulated. And the only person we got some information out of after threatening to be turned over to cannibals said that the Sea Prince, I mean, when I'm talking about that guy that was
I know.
I know. Said that, and of course this is going to be a deception, that there were some shaky situations for the Sea Princes right now, and might be a little bit of infighting. Some people trying to, turn a pawn into a bishop here and there. They don't got the coordination to try and take over the coastal cities. Not right now. Not from where I can see it.
Okay, go ahead and roll the deception check for me.
Ooh, that is fucking awesome. I guess this is making up for me rolling 5 natural ones and Eberron. That's a 19.
5?
Yeah, I rolled 5 natural ones last Saturday.
I thought it was 3.
It was a lot.
It's 19 plus 24.
24? And so you see, and he's listening, he sits there, and he looks, like, awed. They're falling apart, clearly.
This was before they even send people to come and get Firebrand.
Was it? You couldn't have been. You haven't gone that long.
We got here before the troops got here.
You did not.
And
arrived here,
immediately.
Yes.
Right. Left immediately.
Yes. They must have caught wind that their ruse had been discovered. That their plan had failed. They fall to infighting. easily taken apart now. It's wondrous news.
The way they spoke about it, it wasn't something that was happening recently, and it's not something that is in reaction to them having bad news. It's bigger fish trying to eat, or slightly smaller fish trying to gobble up bigger fish.
Perhaps so. But a result of a large plan for expansion falling apart. The blame goes everywhere. They will eat themselves alive, and while they do so, the crown will fall upon them.
They
Wipe them
they
out.
had no information or had any clue about anything that was going on in Saltmarsh aside from
Roll another
Julian's
deception
fame.
check for me.
22, 17 plus 5.
Preposterous. But man,
I mean, they knew that there was rumblings going on, but they had no keen notion of the current events to the degree, if you know what I'm saying.
maybe they're lying to you. It's not possible.
Maybe they were.
Everybody knows the Sea Prince spies, and he is everywhere. That's not possible. Must have been lying to you.
I mean, Anders, I get it. You've been trying to get after the Sea Princess this whole time, ever since, them horrible things happened to you. And this is good, right? You've been able to deal a big blow to the people you hated for so long, but
A fatal blow, mortal blow. No more.
right. But a big blow, whatever adjective you want to put on. But I don't think this is it. I think this is smoke and mirrors, and I think the crown's trying to use a ruse and make the Sea Princess into a boogeyman that isn't there.
I assure you
They
were
said-
there. Most
They said
certainly.
that they were trafficking slaves,
People, yes.
people.
Aided.
Do you-
Yes. Aided and abetted.
Do we got any evidence of where these people were going?
To see.
Is there any?
They passed
To
them
see.
off. They gave them to the pirates.
Oh, they took people from Seaton and gave them to the Sea Princess in Seaton.
No, not within Seaton and Saltmarsh, but from surrounding areas.
All right. And so why were they telling this to Firebrand?
Who?
Because he
No,
he
they
orchestrating?
were aiding in the transportation. They aided in the transportation so that they wouldn't be noticed.
Okay, so you have evidence of other people colluding with Firebrand who were helping transport slaves. Those
Yes.
people are in irons now too. Then
They will be. Yes,
they will be.
correct.
So Firebrand.
These are not people who are based here within Saltmarsh. They have networks.
Right. No, I understand. So Firebrand signed all of his papers with his name, but didn't mention any other names in all of these documents.
What few names? Like some of them were encoded. Mass majority of them were encoded.
Oh, well,
They
were
will pick their
encoded.
way through them. Yes.
Okay. I mean, I don't know what them codes seem like.
Language that doesn't necessarily make sense, or words that are nonsense, or other languages that you use.
So what you mean to say is that you saw a bunch of nonsense on a paper and someone told you what it meant and you believed them.
The investigator. They have magics and the like that can be used to decipher and decode such things. That is the job.
All right, and you were able to see it with these magics. Then.
Correct. Yes.
So with these deciphering magics, you were able to read from the page yourself.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And that cipher's handwriting matched Firebrand's handwriting.
Yes. Notes in his hand. Yes. How many times do I have to say it? This is as much as you wish to refute it. It is irrefutable.
Okay.
Now, is there any other useful information that you bring? Sea Princess in
Only-
disarray is wondrous. if perhaps misinformed.
I wouldn't be so trusting of the crown. There's criminals everywhere, both on land and in
Clearly.
the sea. I mean, do you trust my judgment? Would you at least say that?
Now, I am not so sure.
Okay.
You are very...
But only cause we don't see eye to eye on this one thing?
Because you refuse to see.
I've just been to Seaton, son. Those people want to make believe that nothing ever happened down here. They have people in the streets lying on behalf of the Duke's orders. So why would I believe that these men who came down here would want to do anything else but lie for the Duke too?
This is a trial. It'll be public. There'll be no hiding it. There'll be no reason to hide it.
Well, I mean, if you got a stack of papers that say you're guilty, I don't think many people are going to try and... I don't think many people are going to try and take a case for a traitor. You know what I mean?
You will have a case nonetheless. Though it is ill-deserved.
I don't think it's going to be much of a case, son. I think it's going to kind of be only maybe a ceremonial at best. They're going to
But a case you
string
shall
him
have.
up like a sacrificial lamb and put a pretty bow on not having to help a city besieged by Swahagi. Your city. You're getting manipulated in all this and can't see it because you got so much hate for the Sea Princes.
The Sea Princess shall be brought low. Gone. Forever.
Mm-hmm. And Firebrand is definitely just a pawn of them out in for his own greed. Just think, I mean, we're going to leave you to it, but you just think about all the times that you've worked closely with Firebrand and everything that he did, when you think back on it, was done for greed and his own self-interest. If you can honestly say that at every moment of his waking time with you was in his own self-interest, I mean, obviously, you got your mind made up. But if you can't, maybe we should talk about it.
He just sits there and just kind of shakes his head. Perhaps you will see once it is done. Once you will understand. Perhaps you should go
Firebrand.
go see the trial. They'll present the evidence there. You'll have your
Maybe
chance.
he's right, Bart.
Maybe he is right.
No.
I think we were just kind of caught up in that we thought we knew Firebrand.
Right.
I understand wanting to believe. Trust me, I do.
Sure.
But it's
Well,
just not the case. Treachery can
we
be
won't-
found anywhere.
Right. Well, we won't take up any more of your time.
Very well.
I'll catch up with you, Bart.
Okay?
It's kind of light knock. The door slightly opens around this time as Scarin comes back with like a tray. And he just
I'm
like
gonna-
sees his boss like up with his hands just like braced, white knuckling his desk. Kind of surveys the room and
Gonna kind of give Gloobalooka of like,
refreshments
don't stab
were
him.
requested.
Like-
Just kind of sets down a tray of like tea and with like a little thing of honey and some like little cakes. Anything else? I'm just kind of looking over at Anders and Anders. No, I believe they were to be leaving here momentarily. If you could. Of course, sir. Kind of steps out to the door and just kind of gestures one arm out.
Yeah. Real quick before going, and just like this whole conversation, can do an insight check on Anders to make sure that this guy just seems completely way over the top. 15 plus 8, 23 insight. Like this guy just super
Yeah,
fucking
this seems
way
like-
wrapped up in it.
Yeah, like dude is completely strung out. Like seems
9/11
like
was an inside job for
returned-
100%.
right. Like seems to be like signs of like massive amounts of grief like come again. Like clearly is like wildly stressed out, but just like mixtures of that, like I said, that desperation and grief and like elation, all just kind of jumbled together amidst like what is clearly like not enough sleep and probably way too much caffeine. Way too many stimulants to keep himself moving.
Can't sleep. No.
Kidnap him! Get him, boys!
He's coming to the council meeting next
Ah!
week. 10 hours of sleep and can think better.
All right.
This will probably make my little bit redundant, but I'm going to go up and I'm going to talk quietly. And I'm going to say, my friends are pretty convinced that Firebrand is innocent. I can't read people. You're right about that one. But I say I do know the pain of loss and the lengths that I would go to make sure I got my revenge. I understand that. Anders, if you did something to tip the scales or presented something, you have to let me know at least, so I can push my friends in the other direction.
You kind of saying all this, and you just kind of look up at him like for a split second. You see like in his eyes like a very familiar like as much as you're a frog and this is a human, it's like for a split second it was like looking into your own eyes in a pond shortly after she died. And then it's gone back to that manic, just desperate elation. Trust me, I didn't have the chance and I wouldn't do it. Not an innocent man, but a guilty one. I have no qualms about his fate.
Okay. Turn around and leave.
As you guys are escorted back outside, didn't even get any tea or cakes that he brought up for refreshments.
As for pond water.
Yeah, you did. But as you guys step back outside of Soulmore residence and back out into the street and presumably to meet up with your friends, that's where we're going to go ahead and call it for the night. Interesting talks, to be sure.
Indeed.
But awesome, good stuff. I had a good time. Hope y'all did as well. I still have like a giant pit of just fuck in my stomach. I really hope Chris was right and that it was capturing somehow. So we're gonna keep our fingers crossed for that, because fuck me sideways if not. That being said, we are, we are Hard Knock Dice. I am Ian. I do this DM thing here on Mondays at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard for the Ghost of Saltmarsh. Every Monday, we've missed like, on one hand, I can count as many days as we've missed since we started it. And then on Saturdays, DM'd by our lovely friend Johns / Gloob / Classic Johnsy / Jonesy Slaps. I can't remember what all you are where. But he DMs that game that we play with myself and some of these other fellas and a bunch of other people as well. There's a whole bunch of crazy, insane, fun times, and that's at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard on every Saturday. So come check us out there as well. That being said, we just one reminder that we are still doing our charity drive for the International Medical Corps. They are, doing things to help people out in the crisis over Ukraine. So go ahead and click that link and give them some love. Do what you can. It's a good cause, and I encourage you to do so. That being said, we are going to raid somebody over here at Dork Tales because I like their name. So show them some love. They do TTRPG things as well, so we support the community so that everybody can do more of these things. So yeah, I've still got a few seconds, so I'm just gonna kind of keep talking until it allows me to hit that raid button, and we'll see y'all later. Bye.
All right. Later.